Sword of Coming Chapter 926. Before receiving the punch, Qingtong's young god suddenly had an old armor on his body. This punch was too weird. Since it was impossible to fight against and was destined to be unavoidable, Qingtong had no choice but to carry a punch. In addition to the snow-white robe, he added a pair of armor to protect his physique. Obviously, Qingtong didn't feel that he was a half-talented martial artist, and that he could really take this punch completely without relying on foreign objects. After a punch, the treasure of the white-haired old man shattered like a mirror, shooting out like countless meteors. Moreover, the burly figure of the old Wufu began to fall to the ground, but it was not a straight line, just because this world was like a wrinkled paper ball picked up by a young child at will. In this time, the direction of the long river of time has gone beyond secular knowledge. The so-called directions are all false: northeast, southeast, northwest, up and down, left and right, all twisted and folded. As a result, many seemingly adjacent land boundaries are thousands of miles away from each other, and many seem to be separated by hundreds of thousands of miles, but they are only a few inches away, one step away. This makes the white-haired old man's figure like a glass bead hitting a bamboo tube, swaying and running around. Under normal circumstances, such a pure martial artist who is in the end sits in this kind of world, and it is a nightmare to stand in it and oppose the air trainer. When the burly old man finally stopped, he tried his best to stabilize the chaotic weather of the mountains and rivers in his body. He looked down and saw the broken armor on his body. The old man spit out a mouthful of blood and peeled off all the broken armors. He waved his hand again and gathered the world. The rest of the scattered fragments of shattered armor, together with the fragments around them, eventually recovered into a bleak and dull jaw pill. Qingtong was distressed, and finally repaired this ancient armor to the extent that he could be hung on his body. If he wanted to restore it to its original appearance, he didn't know it was going to be the year of the monkey. I just have to admit that Qin Pingan's punch is a bit heavy. Qingtong raised his hand, wiped off the blood stains on his face, shook his wrists, and dropped the blood to the ground, blending into the world, and curiously asked, "Where did the fist come from?" Never believe that Qin Pingan created his own boxing technique. Qin Pingan spreads his hands, and far behind him, the two long swords that were taken off before, if he was ordered, only because Qingtong has not hidden the trajectory of Xiaotian and Dao Fa, the trajectory route of the survey will retreat with Qingtong. The shape was almost the same, with 7 bends and 8 turns, suddenly and unexpectedly, but the execution was a straight line, completely ignoring the restrictions of heaven and earth, and directly returned to Qin Pingan's hands. Wearing a bright red robe, holding knives in both hands, the narrow knives swayed slightly, and the light flow of the two knives overflowed with different trajectories. The white-haired old man seemed to pull the corners of his mouth when he saw that guy, and the sarcasm was very obvious. Endless Takeo is true, and pure Takeo is fake. It's really just a little bit of a martial artist's end, and it can only rely on a long time of polishing the body. After Qin Pingan's punch, just 2/4 of an hour later, a stick of incense was burned out. In the distance, Xiaomo turned his head and looked at the Qingtong god beside him, smiling and jokingly, "Friends of Qingtong Daoist, you still have some family background. To live a long time, one thing is good, it is knowledgeable, because he is an ancient Taoist on the front page of the old almanac, so you can easily know the truth without having to read the secret files that have eaten thousands of years." For example, the armor draped on the burly old man in his eyes, Xiaomo could see the roots and feet of the great Tao at a glance. The youthful-looking Qingtong god had a wry smile on his face. This treasure is one of the means of pressing the bottom of the box. The Zhongtu Confucian temple once lent it to the town's demon building, but now Qingtong is credited with taking it into his bag. It's a pity that he has been mending for many years, but because Qingtong is not good at refining, he has been making slow progress. As a result, today's shitful questioning boxing was beaten back to its original shape. The armored man, one of the 5 highest in the ancient heaven, took the armor on his body as a prototype. There have been 3 divine armors regarded as second-class authenticity. They are the casters of one of the 12 high-level gods. They are getting the fire, and with the permission of the water god, he picked the essence of the sun, and then used the of fire as one of the palaces, as a furnace, and used the long river of time as the water for tempering. It took a long time and was carefully tempered and imitated. The shopkeeper Xiaomo saw at Feixingcheng liquor store, Xing Daifeng's predecessor, was wearing the silver armor, Da Huang, which was one of the 3 divine armors. It's a pity that in the battle of ascending to the sky where the Taoists and gods fell countless, the gatekeeper, Xing Dafeng, who was unwilling to let go of the road, was finally killed by someone who was in the door when the situation was gone. The great frost armor was shattered and left in the world. Like the hairpin of the first Taoist priest in the world, it will end in the same way. Later, the first ancestors of military strategists evolved based on these 3 armors and avenues, and derived the 3 militant Zhouan of later generations, creating another batch of second-class forgeries, which are the later Jingwujia, Jinwujia, and Shinren. Qinglujia's pioneering work is the ancestor of the 3 strategists' treasures. There are 2 sets of ancestor warp and weft armor, which are cast from warp and weft respectively, and are worn by a gas trainer. The former is like receiving the protection of an infinite world, similar to Buddhism. Even if you stand side by side with someone, you will stand in front of you. Wherever it is, whether it is flying swords or spells, it is like a headless fly, looking for an enemy, close at hand and far away in the sky, in vain. The latter is slightly inferior in rank, but equally incomparably mysterious. Qi practitioners can accumulate drops of aura of their own Taoism and pour them into it. Even if drops of aura are as much as the sands of the Ganges, they still can't fill that bottomless pit. Then the toughness of a piece of treasure is naturally beyond ordinary people's imagination. As for the Qi practitioners in the world, there is a bottleneck in the original accumulation of aura in the human world, and in different realms, there is a bottleneck in different realms. It is like a blessed land that ranks among the top ranks. One day, the aura of the world will overflow. It is conceivable that if there is a monk who is lucky enough to win this treasure for thousands of years or even 10,000 years, even if it is not a 14th level monk, but just an ascendant, he only needs to wear this treasure. Standing still, you can let an ascending realm swordsman chop for a long time. Xiaomo just happened to know the whereabouts of the rear armor. Just like himself, the owner of this precious armor had slept for thousands of years in a hidden place under the wild world. The problem is that this old guy is still a female cultivator, and also a sword cultivator, and she was known for her killing power thousands of years ago. Xiaomo smiled and said, "Qingtong, I'm very curious, who gives you the confidence and courage that can make you so defiant?" It stands to reason that Qingtong has been cultivating the Tao for thousands of years in the Haoran world, and he doesn't need to be like himself. He pays attention to a visitor who is a guest. He should be familiar with the rules and taboos of the mountain. Xiaomo had no expression on his face, and slowly said, "My son, as the last master of the summer palace of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the last hermit appointed by Qin Qing, you have a lot of credit. You monks at the top of the mountain, you know everything. Even if it only talks about hard work, he can stand alone and defend half of the city. What's more, the sun is still the leader of the Tuoyua mountain battle. Just talk about the accompanying sword repair, whether it is Qi Tingji, criminal officer Haosu, Lu Ji, or by Yujing's 3 heads taught Lu Qin, if they were to travel here, would you dare to see? Can you not see? Even if you leave the hidden official status aside, the sun is still a close disciple of Wen Xing's lineage, a student of Mr. Wen Xing, Cui Yang, right and left, Lu 16, Qi Jingchen and their younger brothers. The sun is still the lord of the Luopa mountain, the master of a sect in the world, and now he wants to establish the next sect. Only after the beginning of the spring festival, the sun will become the grand ancestor in the eyes of the future monks of Mount Xiandu. Others don't know the inside story. From the perception of your youth, would you not know that it will be a veritable Kendo sect? It is a Kendo sect that has not existed in thousands of years since the Bitong sword sect in the middle of the continent of Tonggishao was destroyed. Therefore, this move will create a new face for Tonggishao, add vitality to the transportation of mountains and rivers in the original stagnant pool, and the sun and his student Cui Dongshan are the ones who dig the canal of the flowing water at the source. In addition, the sun is also the spiritual leader of a certain Taoist in this life, and both parties will be fellow climbers who climb together. This person is now named Nian Jing, with the word Xianwei. The sun is also the Taoist companion of Ning Yao, the first person in the colorful world. It's just that these two personal matters, both big and small, Xiao Mo didn't talk about it on the table. If you are a stunned young man who doesn't know anything about the world, and doesn't care about these identities of the sun, then Wen Xing used the damage of his own avenue as the price to protect the mountains and rivers of the three continents. Completely shattered, among them is Tonggishao. What's more, if it weren't for Cui Yang from Ao Pingzhou, Qi Jingchen, his junior, and Lu 16 who had returned to Haoran, and 3 direct disciples of Wensheng's lineage, they would shoot one after another, and they would be close to Wenhai in private. Right here in Tonggishao, there was an undercurrent surging fight. Well, the survival of this demon building in the town will probably be a big question mark. Qingtong is closely related to the Confucian Temple. Even if he betrays the Confucian Temple and seeks refuge in Wenhai Zhoumi, at least it needs to cut off the close connection between Qingtong and a male town building. Even if Zhoumi has the means to reach the sky, it can help you break this relationship. Yuqing, it is estimated that at least 1 or 2 places will fall, lingering. Then when the situation of the two worlds is reversed, the old throne big demons such as Yuan Shou and Fei Fei can escape back to the barren world, and the Qingtong who has a great road to Tonggishao unless Zhoumi took him to the sky with him, he would only end up like the big demon Yangji who was detained in the realm of Lao Junlu, becoming a prisoner of the Confucian Temple. What's more, with the temper of the most sacred master, if Qingtong dared to act like this, even if Zhoumi was willing to save Qingtong to the sky and leave, I am afraid he would only be knocked down in the world. In addition, Chen Pingan's brothers and sisters had also been in Tonggishao, as a member of the Great Wall of Jinchi, personally sheltering a gateway to a new world, helping Tonggishao preserve a vitality. When the door is opened next time, the many refugees who have fled so mightily in Wucai world, regardless of whether they are willing to return to their hometown, can give back to Tonggishau's luck to a certain extent. Therefore, Wenxing's lineage, whether it is an old scholar of his husband, for of Chen Ping's brothers, or Chen Ping's himself, Yutong Yezhou, in this town's demon building, or in a phoenix tree, it is all kind of grace. Man of Chenpingan and Xianda Mountain are in Tonggishao. To make up for the lack of land, mountains and rivers, Qingtong is a great thing to lie down and enjoy the blessing. This avenue benefit is destined to be a steady stream of accounts, which is more relaxed and comfortable than the profitable rent collector and landlord's wife. Chenpingan chose to locate his next sect in Tonggishao, especially Qingping Jianzong is still a Kendo sect. This means that certain Kendo Chi luck involved in the Hermit of the Great Wall of Jianqi will be followed by Chenpingan. Bringing Tonggishao instead of gifting it to the hometown of Beipingzu, those Kendo luck will take root here, through Xianda Mountain and Qingping Jianzong, and future sword repairs who will become Xianda Mountain genealogical monks, such as Sifang duckweed gathers on a mountain, and then disperses like dandelions. As time goes by, flowers will bloom and bear fruit everywhere. Xiao Mo stopped talking, just shook his head. The old friend Bixiao cave master has already left Tonggishao. As the Taoist temple of the East China Sea, they all moved away and went to the Qingming world. This means that the old master is almost unlikely to return in the short term. Old haunt. The Confucian Temple seems to have also lifted the restrictions on the Jinyao Tower, which is equivalent to allowing Qingtong to regain his freedom. Step back and say, this time the son brought himself here. Even if the two sides met, the price was not agreed, the business can be negotiated, but in the end it is not the righteousness of the business. Just go to the town demon tower a few more times, and it will still be like today, and the younger generation will be respected. Therefore, it is public for private, and sentimental for reason. Today, this young fellow should meet Chen Pingan, who has multiple identities. Fundamentally, in short, Qingtong chose to thank the guests behind closed doors with the principle of, I want all the benefits, don't try to find me. Don't even want to meet Chen Pingan's side, don't talk about it. This kind of behavior is tantamount to the fact that the real fire dragon is a guest of the Liu family in Aiazhou. He walked to the gate of the mountain and said that he had a business relationship, and then Liu Jubao did not show up. After that, even if I had to open the door to welcome guests, I still didn't pay attention to things. Just like the real fire dragon wants to see Liu Jubao in the family ancestral hall, he has to pass. There are 12 picture scrolls, 12 phantom worlds, and many temptations in the same series of things about riding a donkey and looking for a donkey. They all work on Qin Ping's Taoism, work the human heart, dig into the roots in the heart, and in the monk's mountain. Visiting the dojo is better than exploring the quiet. It is already equivalent to a way of cultivating Taoism, it is a questioning. This is the questioning fished between sword repairs, the questioning fished between pure swordsmen. If another metaphor is to be used, Chen Qing will leave the Great Wall of Jianqi to visit the Qinta Confucian Temple. You have to pass a layer of poems and poems. Xiao Mo turned his head and asked, Qingtong, I will ask you one last sentence, is there anything unspeakable? After asking the question, Xiao Mo waited for the following paragraphs. Qingtong hesitated several times, but in the end he remained silent. Xiao Mo nodded and said, if you don't speak, you will assume that you don't have it by default. In Xiao Mo's view, this is a typical shamelessness. I've been holding you back for a long time. The old coachman who was in the big city of Lijing before was just the chief officer of the ancient Leibu Jade prison. Besides, those are old grievances of stale sesame seeds and rotten grains, not to mention that the matter is not too big, it has been turned over a long time ago, and it is not Xiao Mo's style to turn old accounts. As for the ghost Xian Eugene next to Zhongkuwei, it was more like a joke and a joke. Xiao Mo put the hiking stick in his sleeve. Qing Tongyin panicked immediately, and if he was not that dumb, he hurriedly said, hold on. It's just that Xiao Mo didn't talk to the young people anymore. In addition, Qingtong couldn't stop Xiao Mo's handing the sword. It's like two small worlds separated by a mirror. The border between the world and the world is like a piece of cloth covering everything in the world. As a result, it was picked up by people's fingers and finally tore a hole. It looked like a silkworm cocoon, with a sword repaired out of the cocoon. In the distance, Chen Pingan, who was keenly aware of the signs of the vision for the first time, turned his head and looked at Xiao Mo's side. The first time I met Xiao Mo was in that round of bright moon and bright colors. It was an old man with a domineering face and a sharp sword. When the two sides meet again, it will be the appearance of the gentle youth. But at this time Xiao Mo, as his name suggests, is really unfamiliar. I don't see the real body, I only see the Dhamma. A large robe, a faintly visible face, white jade, the whole body is crystal clear, pure as glass, without any bones, veins, or flesh and blood. The snow-white hair is extremely long, ethereal and ethereal. With a sword in hand, the weather is majestic and the sword intent is awe-inspiring, showing a posture of flying with the sword. Probably this is the pinnacle posture of Xiao Mo's consummation. Come to the world above the mirror. The real body of the sycamore tree is here. Xiao Mo hasn't really handed out a sword yet, and his sword aura has filled the world. In the whole world, in an instant, countless pillars of sword chi appeared, suddenly appearing, and wantonly running through the world. A poor world, like a carefully woven and patched kit, is pierced by hundreds of sharp ice cones at the same time. A vast world, cut by tens of thousands of sword lights, has become fragmented. The most terrifying thing is that the amount of sword lights with no rules at all angles is still superimposed crazy, so that the old sword energy is condensed. The beam of light was easily shattered by the brand new sword light in a blink of an eye. According to the level of their respective realms and the strength of their spiritual consciousness, the cultivators of the 5 realms on Tonggishao showed varying degrees of Tao Axean trembling, and they were vaguely aware of something wrong. The 3 Confucian sages who were responsible for sitting in the sky of Tonggishao looked up and smiled. They saw the sky above the middle of Tonggishao, as if a ball of light appeared, but somehow it was covered with spikes and the sword was strong. The old master who was closest to the ball of light chuckled softly. A good town monster building, how can it become a hedgehog? This kind of private grievances between the monks, what are the obstacles? Besides, if the old man doesn't run to pull the side frame, he will save the face of this young fellow. The war has ended for so many years, because the most sage master, rites, and sub-sages, for some reason, didn't say anything. This demon building in the town also pretended to be deaf and dumb, like a miser who held his money bag tight. He is a master who refuses to spend the slightest bit, but just looks on the wall, so to clean up a mess of broken mountains and rivers in Tonggishao, it can only be the mountain masters, gentlemen and wise men of the 3 academies, running around and breaking their legs. Ns. Because it is not allowed to participate in the specific affairs of the human world, it was an iron rule that the Lixing personally formulated for these sages who were sitting in the sky to accompany them in the early years, so the 3 of them can only be worried, and they can't talk to the male town building. A complaint. In fact, it's not pleasing to the eye for several years. Cannot demand others to be sages. The old master who once praised the young hermit's good demeanor, shook his sleeves and covered up the vision of heaven and earth. Where is the responsibility, who can pick my thorn? A Confucian temple-approved Xiongzhen building, and the Confucian scholars of Wenshang's line belonged to their family members who kept the door behind and made trouble. The new battlefield in heaven and earth, the Qingtong Yin god, disappeared together with the burly old man who was the outer body of the Yang god, and returned to his true body. After all, he was going to confront an ascending realm sword repairman. How could Qingtong dare to take it lightly? The real body of the sycamore tree changed into a slender figure, with alternating light and dark, and a fuzzy face. He wore a crown of hibiscus on his head, a new armor, a golden robe and a pair of emerald green feet. Shoes, a series of simple jade plaques hanging from the waist, and bright red arm studs on the arms. In short, they can be worn, and they all come in handy. A variety of mountain magic weapons, fancy decorations. At the same time, this long-lived ascended realm great monk did not wait to die, stepping on a battle, pinching his hands with both hands, and the clone bloomed like a flower bud. More than 1,000 incarnations of Qingtong, each exhibiting their magical powers, have sacrificed different magic weapons, and used different attacking techniques and defensive magical powers. A lot of skills don't overwhelm you. Just talk about the many kinds of magic techniques, the variety of different kinds, and don't talk about the mystery of Taoism and the height of cultivation base. It is estimated that Qingtong will be able to rank among the top 10 with only today's hand. Of these Qingtong clones, more than 100 of them are responsible for the temporary formation, creating a landscape formation, and the remaining more talisman clones, in order to block the endless sword light, they will not hesitate to burn with jade. And Qingtong, the ascended realm monk who claims to have a few hands of big charms, the big charms at the bottom of the box, are sacrificed together, and they fit the 5 elements avenue, which can be called the ultimate attainments of the talisman. A fire talisman was sacrificed, and a 1,000-meter-high fire spirit appeared, with thousands of flames intertwined all over his body, smashing the sword lights that were constantly approaching the landscape. There is another water talisman, and the talisman is connected and swept out continuously, like the river, which is made up of tens of thousands of talisman intertwined and overlapped, sparkling, and finally converges to reveal a 1,000-mile-long cyan carp, with each piece on the body. The scales of the fish are as big as a courtyard, and they are all auras. The 3 mountains and 5 sacred talismans, which were piled into mountains by soil, suddenly smashed into the ground. 5 ancient large sacred mountains took roots on the ground. The 3 mountains formed horns with each other, and there were 5 ancient sacred mountains surrounding the 3 mountains. Help the landscape formation outside to stabilize the position. Behind King Tongzhen's body, a wooden talisman with scattered light and wisps of light, and then piled up a frame that seems to be the most delicate and dense wooden puppet in the world. But Xiao Mo faced these messy methods. There is only one sword. A dazzling sword light, like a fish wagging its tail, headed towards the formation and the true body of Qing Tong. Wherever the sword light arrives, it destroys the dead. Around Jingguang, there appeared a passage similar to the realm of the emptiness outside the sky. Even the countless inclined beams of light condensed from his own sword qi, just because of blocking the way, all collapsed and then all turned into nothingness. This is the true killing power of an ascendant pinnacle sword repairer. Elsewhere in the world, more than a dozen delicate springs that resemble water splashing and rippling are emerging at the same time. The fountain of those water sources is located. The ding-dong sounded like a sound of heaven. The rivers and rivers in the world are blazing, no matter how aggressive the water is when entering the sea, the water is majestic, and there are often only a few tiny springs at the source of the water veins. These seemingly inconspicuous existences, the subtlety of the sword aura, seem to be completely negligible, but they are like the beginning of Xiaomo's swordsmanship. In your youthful home, hide, where can you hide? Run, out of a town demon building, where can your Qing Tong run? A large array of mountains and rivers fell apart in a blink of an eye, and the sound of breaking and breaking, shaking the earth. Qing Tong exhausted all the big charms, and was able to dispel the terrifying sword light that seemed to be in the realm of no one. Thousands of years ago, I knew that this famous sword repairer had a high level of swordsmanship, but Qing Tong still couldn't imagine that it would be so high. But isn't it said that its swordsmanship is not known for its killing power? Is it just because it is both offensive and defensive that it is extremely difficult to entangle? Didn't it mean that its swordsmanship at the time was not ranked among the top 5 swordsmen in the world? Suddenly, Qing Tong's eyes widened, and he saw a face that became clearer and clearer. This ancient monster sword repairman, with a smiling face getting closer and closer, just swiped a sword in his hand. A long arc was drawn between the whole world and the earth, straight to Qing Tong's head. The guy who has now changed his name to Xiaomo seems to be talking. Hello, fellow young fellow. Goodbye, waste sores. Fate hangs by a thread. Qing sympathizes in a hurry, but it is not considered to be awaiting death, and suddenly shouted, Chen Pin gone. The Holy Master has something to tell. That scarlet robe was breaking through the gap between the world and the earth in Xiaomo, crossing the small world, like an ancient who climbed up in the sky, stepped up the stairs, and slowly appeared. With sleeves in both hands, double knives folded at the waist, a night-walking sword that swept the sky by itself was followed by his side. But Qing Tong was like falling into an ice cave in an instant, and Xiao Mo, who was holding a sword close to him, crossed one by one, and Qing Tong, who was standing on the spot, had his head cut off by the arc of sword light. A head was thrown high. Maybe it was Chen Pin gone too late to stop Xiao Mo, maybe because of his heartfelt words, Xiao Mo was too late to take the sword. It may be that Xiao Mo heard his heart, but the ancient monster sword repairer was full of anger, unwilling to stop the sword. More likely, Chen Pingan did not say anything, because he did not want to speak at all. Too lazy to speak. Who knows? The long sword formed by the condensed sword intent in Xiao Mo's hand dissipated on the spot. He switched to holding the sword and looked around and smiled slightly. At any rate, he was an ascending cultivator. How could he easily be killed on the spot so easily? There is still some distance. But no matter what, it's easier than trying to kill Yang Ji back then. Yang Ji's ascension realm is even more peaked, and her physique is inherently tough. Moreover, in the ancient world, the territory is vast, plus the road of cultivation of Yang Ji, blessed by nature, is responsible for part of the road and water transport, so every time the water borders, he flees fast, and the speed of escape is better than Jingguang. This youth is in a prison situation. That head, at a speed visible to the naked eye, rotted like a piece of dead wood, and then turned into ashes and floated between the heavens and the earth. Behind Xiao Mo, where Qing Tongshan's body was, the treasure armor fell to the ground clanging, the sound was clear, and the robe fell to the ground, limp on top of the treasure armor. Used a kind of escape method similar to the magical power of cicadas. A big tree hurts only the branches and leaves, not the main trunk. Of course, the loss of Qingtong's avenue is inevitable. There was an angry voice resounding like thunder in all directions, "Don't take an inch." Here is the Jinyao Tower, one of the 9 majestic towns in the world. Your Xiaoma happens to be a monster from the wild world. Xiao Mo was smiling brightly, and for a moment he couldn't see the law, and followed a clue to kill him. A fascinating image of immortality, and there is no trace of the reed flowers on the bright moon. After a while, an incomparably dark round moon hung from the horizon. Qingtong was forced to show up and had to use a life-saving magical power at the bottom of the box, the moon phase. In comparison, Xiao Mo's image can only be regarded as mustard seed to the mouth of the well. However, near the bright moon, a very subtle light first shines, and then spreads into a line instantly, and finally the long line of sword light, like a huge dragon flying into the sky, it winds and winds over a bright moon. This is Xiao Mo's own swordsmanship after a pair of sun and moon orbits in the past and swallowed one round of the moon quietly on the road. It's just that compared to the ancient Taoist fellow who owns the Wei Jia, Xiao Mo believes that he is still a lot worse than the veritable eclipse Taoism. At that time, they had to wake up from their deep sleep one after another by Zhe's edict. One of them was an ancient existence, because the 10,000 years Taoist temple, or the land of healing, was in the wild world. In the middle of the day, therefore, this sister-in-law, who is also a sword repairer, and Xiaoma, neighbor, in the sky, who is in the bright moon and bright color, spoke a few words casually with his unique magical powers. In fact, the other party also said that now he has taken a pseudonym for himself. Thanks for the dog. Previously, Xiao Mo and Qin Pingan mentioned their ancient existence, cultivation base and combat power. Xiao Mo, who was the dead man, was frank, saying that he was neither the one with the most killing power or the one with the strongest defense, but Xiao Mo can be sure of one thing, his offense and defense are in the top 3. Because Xiao Mo had not dealt with Qin Pingan for a long time, and because of Jian Xiu's disposition, he still had reservations at that time. He didn't say much about the inside story. Not 4, but only 3, because that, thanks to the dog, is also a peak powerhouse with both offensive and defensive capabilities. As for Xiao Mo and this fellow Taoist whose alias is now Xiago, there is another long story of grievances and grievances. This is probably one of the reasons why Xiao Mo is reluctant to tell more about the truth. Chen Pingan's shoulders sank, and his stature became more and more rickety. It was not Qingtong who once again moved out of the identity of the master of the town's demon building. After a while, sword light still lit up suddenly and suddenly disappeared. Qingtong finally showed his true face for the first time, embarrassed, blood-stained, bruised, crisscrossed, with no fewer than a dozen wounds, bare bones, and horrible. Young looks, handsome, indistinguishable from male and female. It's just that Qingtong no longer has the grace of the great monk on the top of the mountain, and he looks a little anxious, standing not far from Qinpingan, as if only in this way can he breathe a little. Qingtong's choice is right. As expected, Xiao Mo did not continue to hand the sword. The hand holding the sword walked around behind him to show his sincerity. Let you rest for a while beside my son. Qinpingan looked strange for a while after seeing Qingtong's face. According to the secret archives of the Summer Palace, the ancient saying goes that the male phoenix tree is female, the phoenix tree is the same elder and the same age, and the same life and death. And Lu Tai, who was born in the Lu family of the yin and yang family in China, is the body of a yin and yang fish that has been rare in thousands of years. Back then, Lu Tai accompanied Qinpingan to travel to Tonggishao. A gas trainer is naturally afraid of heights. Zhou Zi and Jianshu Pei Min are both Lu Tai's preaching teachers. After Lu Tai separated from himself, would he have been brought here by Zhou Zi? Qinpingan did not ask Qingtong about this. It doesn't matter, whether it is Lu Tai or Jianxiu Lu Kai, I believe there will be a reunion day or a time to meet at the end of the next year. Xiao Mo raised his chin towards Na Qingtong, indicating that you can leave here. Qingtong gritted his teeth and left. By the time he appeared for the second time, Xiao Mo had cut off the same arm by Qing, but with a sway of his shoulder, Qingtong gave birth to another arm. Qinpingan smiled and said, I haven't figured out the wording yet. Are you entangled at the moment? Am not sure I've fooled me, and am not bold enough to pretend the will of the Holy Master. It's just not nonsense, but also Xiaomo. Chasing and slashing, even if you can't die for a while, but the conversion is a real loss of a sword for decades and hundreds of years. Let alone a stick of incense in 3/4 of an hour, I am afraid that it only takes 1/4 of an hour, and it is about to fall. Qingtong raised the back of his hand and wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth. You are not afraid that I will destroy the town's demon building first, and then run to find the sage who is sitting in the sky to save my life? Qinpingan put out a hand from his sleeve and raised it high. Go ahead. Qingtong gritted his teeth and said, although the Most Holy Master never asked me to give you a message, the Most Holy Master came here after all. It is true to send me a message. I hope I can practice hard, if you dare to destroy one. Town Demon Tower, indulge an ascending realm swordsman who came from a wild world, and ruin my avenue. Qinpingan put his hand away and nodded. When I look back, I will go to the Confucian temple where I am free to plead guilty. Well, I can find my husband first, and then the holy saint. Qingtong's face was uncertain. Don't you Qingtong like to lie down and enjoy happiness? Can. There is no problem at all. Earlier, while Xiao Mo Jingguang broke the restriction of heaven and earth, Qinpingan actually used a bird in a cage and Jing Zhongyue to send a letter to the old master with a flying sword. With that saint sage, there is a gentleman's appointment. Ask him for help. Be sure to conceal from your husband and send a letter to Li Sheng. I implore the saint of ceremony to move half of the great wall of sword qi. As for the conversion of merits, it is nothing more than a clear account. The saints of rites and the Confucian temple will just follow the rules. On Mr. Xiping's side, the book of merits about the name Qinpingan should be cancelled as much as possible. But the 14 realms of your youth, don't even think about it for the rest of your life. It's ridiculous that Qinpingan has been thinking about the 14th level cultivator's brazen murder after the ancestors of the 3 sects spread the way, or the secret layout of the cultivators against the peak cultivators of the ascension stage. I never thought that under the circumstances, I became the first one to prevent others from entering the 14th level. So what is the difference between your Qingtong's next stay in Tongisao, 100 years, 1,000 years, or 10,000 years? It's just this kind of thing, it's over, there is no need to speak. Lest it seems to be threatening someone. Although the price is a bit high, the gain is also not small. One continent, mountains and rivers, will soon be able to secure good luck. And after sowing, it will be much smoother. If there is harmony between people, there will be good land, and there will be time. Many things that originally required Qingtong can do it on their own. The only trouble, it is estimated that the husband will be irritated by himself when he learns of this. Do not care. Damn it. Sure enough, the eldest sword immortal was right, cultivation practice cannot always be so rigid. In every century, there is always something to be done that doesn't need to be reasonable at all. Suddenly, Qingtong's expression was slightly surprised, and he was reluctant to open a ban on mountains and rivers, like opening a door. Chen Ping'an was even more surprised, because the flying sword that had left this world before, passed away in a flash, and came straight to him. Chen Ping'an had to put the sword light in his sleeve. Then Qingtong began to jump and scolded, Chen Ping'an, you are a lunatic. Bastard, you are really obsessed with your heart and lost your heart. When you were a child, your mind was caught by the door panel. If you are doing such a detrimental activity, you have to do it so smoothly. For Lao Tzu, if you really move the half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi here, do you know the consequences? As long as the mountains and rivers of Tongisao are broken for one day, you will not be able to break through the border for the next day. Don't even think about it. Chen Ping'an frowned slightly, not because of Qingtong's innocuous curses, but not knowing the purpose of the old master's move. The two parties had clearly finalized the deal. In Qingtong's heart, it seemed that he had received a scolding, and the wording was definitely not tactful. Therefore, Qingtong became sick and stared at the bright red robe, sighed, and closed the door first, then hesitated, and took out 2 remaining talismans from his sleeve, one talisman, just an ordinary yellow seal material, and the other a rare golden talisman. Chen Ping'an instantly narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, Xiao Mo, if you need to do something, you can ignore the consequences. Xiao Mo, who had originally planned to restore his true body, nodded and continued to maintain his posture, and for the first time became a sword in both hands. Qingtong said in his heart, you have such a good memory, you must still remember these 2 old charms. Chen Ping'an was expressionless. Of course I remember. One is a Yin Qi guide talisman that he had in Feiying Castle back then, in accordance with Lu Tai's instructions, reversed the painting of the Yang Qi and picked the lamp talisman. On the other hand, the golden talisman, the talisman paper was given to Lu Tai by Chen Ping'an, and Lu Tai finally drew a fairy talisman to the underworld. Qingtong continued to say to Chen Ping'an with his heartfelt voice, you're right, Zhou Zi did bring the landing platform to find me back then. In addition to leaving me an unlucky saying, Zhou Zi also gave me these 2 remaining talismans. I think Zhou Zi is telling a joke, saying that he might be able to help me through the disaster in the future. Chen Ping'an nodded and said, it's just a joke, you are really right if you don't take it seriously. In fact, Qingtong was already mentally prepared to be a dead horse doctor. If you don't want a demon building in the town, you should show Chen Ping'an and that Xiaomo a little bit of color. The big deal ended up going to the Confucian temple, and each played 50 boards. Qingtong hesitated for a moment, and said a trivial matter, Zhou Zi also brought a group of feminine children with him at the time, saying that it was for me to show some merit, he was useful. Chen Ping'an asked, what about then? Qingtong said helplessly, it's just a little merit, it's Zhou Zi's request, of course I did. It was the first time that Xiao Mo saw his son, showing a hesitant look. Many years ago, I traveled with the land platform. During the collapse of the Flying Eagle Fort, there was an alley outside the door, a broken road, and a wall full of corpses. At that time, Chen Pingan had not lent the brush called Xiao Shuazhu to Zhong Kuei. At that time, a talisman painting might not be regarded as entering the room. In the end, Chen Pingan didn't say a word, reached out his hand to hold the Yao sword, turned and left, turned his head and said with Na Qing Tong, "Don't let me see you in the future." Qing Tong's expression was complicated, and he was shocked. This guy really just left. Xiao Mo was too lazy to think about why the son would change his original intention. The son is always right when he does things. Qing Tong hesitated for a moment and shouted, "Chen Pingan, you are not curious why I am so unkind?" In the last 4 words, Qing Tong bit his head and said awkwardly. Chen Pingan, with his back to Qing Tong, just looked up at the sky, and said in a deep voice, "Open the door quickly, there is no need to see you off." "You're damn, you have the same mind." When I turned his head, I was reuniting, really looking for a chop. Qing Tong continued, "I naturally have a reason." Chen Pingan turned his head and smiled, "Do you like extrajunctions so much?" Qing Tong was horrified by being looked at. He was silent for a moment. He had to stubbornly and tentatively said, "A few rehearsal, a few small talks. In case you have a chance to get along with each other, you can't talk about cooperation. For one thing, I was worried that the two sides misunderstood too deeply and would be held hostage." In fact, Qing Tong didn't think about any chance to fall in love, but if this guy had a brain, and he left this town demon building, he would continue to discuss with the Confucian temple master about relocating half of the city. What should be done? Then what if the little master agreed again? In addition, Qing Tong is unwilling to do something and wants to find a place in certain things. As for the fight, it's a matter of fact. The situation is overwhelming, and he is full of suffering. Today, there are 2 fights, especially the latter. It's a bit of a hold, and now I still have lingering fears. If you can, it doesn't matter whether you Chen Pingan sees me or not. In short, don't let me see the little Mo next to you again." Chen Pingan thought for a while, smiled and nodded, "You can do whatever you want." Shaking his sleeves, he sat down cross-legged, with the horizontal sword on his knees. In front of Qing Tong, Chen Pingan retwisted a white horse gap talisman from his sleeve and hovered beside him for timekeeping. Qing Tong's eyelids trembled slightly. Should he say that this guy is cautious, or should he not give himself any face? Seeing that Xiao Mo followed his seat, Qing Tong hesitated for a moment, and chose to sit opposite them. Chen Pingan's first words seemed murderous. "Tong Yezhou, Tong Yezong, Du Mao's Wudong Cave Sky, you gave it." Qing Tong is obviously smarter. "If you lose, you don't lose, and you don't have a good air. The parasol umbrella you brought out of the Uwafooty, apart from being able to isolate the heavens, is still a quarter of the Uwafooty, tracing its origins. It's not an object that left from my side. What's the point of turning over this old account?" Chen Pingan smiled and said, "I don't mean to turn over the old accounts. Du Mao's story has already been turned over." Qing Tong glanced at Xiao Mo subconsciously. Xiao Mo smiled and said, "Don't use your own brain to figure out my son's mind. Indus twigs have been known as phoenix sticks since ancient times. The lotus root flower cave sky divided into 4. Chen Pingan got the oil paper umbrella presented by the old master, and the umbrella bone is the phoenix tree branch. Since ancient times, the branches and leaves of the phoenix tree are afraid of strong winds and the roots of the trees are waterlogged. The young sword repairman in front of him had a faint qi in his body. From the side of Aunt Feng's stinky lady, it was contaminated with the atmosphere of the Great Road. In addition, Chen Pingan is on the road of cultivation less than half 100 years old, and the road is water-free, and it is definitely not the kind of qi practitioner that is suitable for the practice of water law. If you say that the Aunt of Feng Auntie's grand atmosphere, it's still pretty shallow. So in the dark, a certain Tao gift from the reincarnation of an ancient rain master, although Chen Pingan did not accept it in its entirety, for Qing Tong, it was an abhorrent and extremely jealous Tao victory. In addition, Chen Pingan is also a sword repairman, especially he has been in the Great Wall of Jianqi for so many years. Back then, he also carried Chen Qingda's sword spirit on his back. Today, Chen Pingan carries the real name of the Yaozu, and of course it is in opposition to the natural road of the Zhenyaolu. With so many reasons added together, how can Qingtong get close to this person? Listening to Qingtong's complaint, Chen Pingan nodded, squinted and said with a smile, "The words are reasonable, and there is excuse. These reasons are all reasons. But neither is the real reason." At this moment, in Qingtong's eyes, the person in front of him has no sincerity in his words. Let Qingtong add an additional reason not to like this person. Picture. It's so alike. The young sword immortal with an unpredictable temperament in front of him is just like the certain Dao Chang's son from the Qingming world. The latter once wandered here and deliberately concealed his identity as the Xuandu Taoist temple. There was a misunderstanding that was entirely intended by the other party. After a fight, the other party said that the poor Dao is as open-minded as the sea, the breath is as high as a mountain, and there are some misunderstandings. I've saved the abdomen of a gentleman with the heart of a villain. If the fellow Taoists are so careful, don't blame the poor Dao for doing things without being generous. Before Sun Daochang left, he didn't say anything directly. The old Taoists just expressed their feelings, chanting poems and making fuss. In the bright moon night, choose a good day and transplant a biwu tree in my Taoist courtyard. The bark is green as green, the leaves are lacking like flowers, and the flowers are beautiful and beautiful. Falling leaves in winter, for the joy of melting in the sun, shade in summer and autumn, can cover the suffering of the flames, and the joy is endless. A bullheader of the sword immortal of the Qingming world, the fifth person in the world who can't move, the old master of the world, how could he just choose a slender branch? I chopped off an arm. Fortunately, there was still the Taoist pure son who was there, helping to ease his cheeks, and it was considered that Qingtong avoided a natural and man-made disaster. Qingtong said in his own heart again, "So Zi left here that year and told me that I will examine someone's Dao Axian in the future. As for the result, I don't have to tell him what I think. As for who someone is, just say that I will know it at first sight." Someone. Chen Pingan doubted, "I was carrying that sword spirit long at the time, so you didn't keep staring at me. Isn't it obvious?" Qingtong said helplessly, "Believe it or not, in my eyes, you didn't have that land around you back then, and even many of the sights I thought I saw were a series of illusions that Zhou Zi deliberately let me see. A real blindness. As for how Zhou Zi did it, I don't know. It was after seeing you this time that I noticed something was wrong. Taking advantage of your previous walk in those illusion scrolls, I immediately proceeded. After a lot of deductions and pushing back, I got this terrible truth." Chen Pingan looked dubious. However, Qingtong's reason, whether true or false, is barely an excuse to pass by. Let Xiaomo return to his real body. Qingtong was relieved, waved his sleeves, and picked 12 leaves from the golden leaves on the ground. Hovering in front of you, put your fingers together, gently touched one of the fallen leaves, swiped forward, and floated towards Chen Pingan. Every fallen leaf is a picture of horse riding similar to the long river of time. Each has its key points. Play chess. Lu Yen, Huangliang is a dream. In the severe drought, officials prayed for rain. The county guard governs the water, with 2 wicks. The warlord does not want to strike halfway, benevolence and righteousness. Marriage of gifted scholars and beautiful ladies, old monk, little novice monk. The old woman riding a horse, the Midyuan festival, there is a bright and different way. The gods of the same place, the mountain alliance swears each other. A secret place in the flower country with heavy powdered air. As a monarch, a man of Taoism, turn back the clock. Buy cakes. Ching Tong looked serious, slightly nostalgic, and slowly said, in fact, there are only a handful of winners in the past. Heaven and earth gain one, and each is peaceful. God gains one spirit, which is a god. The valley gains a fullness, and all things live by one. The long river of time and the spiritual energy between the heaven and the earth used by the chi practitioners are all from the gods. Born from dead corpses. The magical powers of the world are like a big tree reflected in the water, each with its branches and veins. It is the Taoist vein for later generations. Every time it blossoms and bears fruit, it is a man of Taoism. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mo chuckled. You're boasting about selling melons here. Really capable, why can't I even take a few swords? Besides, he didn't use any natal flying sword. Ching Tong didn't fight in anger, and said angrily, this metaphor is not what I said. Xiao Mo stretched out his hand and patted the green bamboo stick lying on his knees horizontally, indicating that the other party should not speak so loudly. He was timid and could not stand fright. Chen Pingon asked, who do you mean by few countable? Ching Tong said, of course it is the 10 lords of the world in the ancient years. Chen Pingon looked calm. But it was actually the first time Chen Pingon heard about this. There is no record in the Summer Palace, and there is no Confucian temple. No one mentions it, his husband, student Cui Dongshan, together with Xiaomo, the old sword fairy, and seniors. This matter. It is a pity that Ching Tong only mentioned part of the list. It turns out that in those ancient years, before the battle between water and fire and the battle of ascending to the sky, there were 10 giants in the world. Without exception, sanctify as God. 10 monks of different backgrounds have no ranks among them. Among them are the ancestors of the 3 teachings. The first ancestor of the military. The first monk in the world. There is also a well-deserved leader of kendo in the world. Sword training has the best aptitude, the fastest cultivation breakthrough, the largest number of flying swords, and the highest rank. The strength of these existences is actually clear only by looking at the alternatives. The number of candidates is small, only 4 people in total. They are Jinsho Qingqingdu, Little Master, Bai Zhe, and Mr. Sanshan Jiuho who created the talisman. When Ching Tong talked about Qingqingdu, he couldn't help but glance at the ghost-looking young man opposite. The relationship between Qin Qing and the leader of Jianshou, both of whom were both Jianshou at the beginning, is actually a bit similar to the dispute between Chen Pingon and Chao Xiai on the road of martial arts today. The former is always chasing after the latter. In the end, the highest kendo player in the world was Qingqingdu, the alternate for latecomers. Ching Tong continued, in the ancient times, the battle between water and fire hurt the heaven and the earth, causing the Tianzhu to be broken and the earth to be destroyed. For all the beings at that time, of course it was a disaster, but at the same time, it was a disaster for all the spiritual beings who escaped by chance, especially the monks. Ching Tong stopped talking and seemed to think of an image metaphor. Chen Pingon then said, if it's too late, it's a great opportunity. Just like the burning and turning of the crops of later generations, it is full of aura, like changing from a barren land to a fertile land. Ching Tong nodded, the way of heaven is tilted, and the movement rules of the sun, moon, and stars are becoming more and more evident. The uneven terrain, the world is full of water and dust, are all opportunities for the survivors to cultivate the way. The last time Zhou Zi gave Ching Tong the admonishment, it was, the land is sinking to the southeast, and the sky is tilting to the northwest. Ching Tong sighed, after this, the Taoist scholars who are successful in the arts will occupy their own land. After brewing the wording again, after a while, Qingtong finally gave a courageous statement for these people who proclaimed the Tao in the ancient years. I am the host. The way of heaven is more than damages and makes up for the deficiencies. Humanity is more than deficiencies. So Tao ancestors have a word, who can do more to serve the world? There is only Tao. Nowadays, the sects and immortals on the mountain, no matter how big or small the sect is, there is an enshrined post in the ancestor hall. This is where the root of the worship of this identity is only, and it means doing worship to respect the heaven and the earth. But now it is absolutely perfect. Most of the mountain worships, those group of genealogical monks, who still knows this, even if they know, a few will take it seriously. Even if anyone wants to take it seriously, the day of the Tao is thinner than the mountain, and the pedestrians in the afterglow, what can they do? So you said before that the humane method should be used to sew up the mountains and rivers for Tongyi's How. Chen Pin gone, replaced by you, will it be ridiculous to look back at the words at the time now? As a result, the other party came directly. The so-called Taoist ancestors' so-called distinction between heaven and man is different from the Confucian purpose. Which one do you think is ridiculous, or are both very funny? Qingtong's scalp was numb and choked for a while. Your uncle, can this involve Tao ancestor and most holy master? Qingtong almost got up without being frightened, first imitated the Confucian scholars, and then went to the sect. The atmosphere became more awkward for a while. Qingtong finally remembered something, and put away all the Tao Yun in the town demon tower. Xiao Mo is no different. But Chen Pingon gradually recovered his original appearance in a green shirt. Qingtong said, "It is a mistake to give birth to people from heaven and earth. As for those saints who go their own way, as Lu Zhangzhou said, saints do not die, there are more thieves." Chen Pingon smiled and said, "Come back. Isn't your Qingtong good at a handful of big amulets? Falu is so big, why don't you just put the label of the old heavenly coordinator on me? Call the patriarch of the three teachings to come and take a look." After that, Chen Pingon pointed his finger at the white jug talisman, and signaled the other party to cherish the time. Qingtong had a somewhat sad expression. Chen Pingon saw Qingtong's posture, and he thought of human nature without a reason for wandering thousands of miles away, as well as the yin and yang gods of the Qi trainers, which is not considered to be a kind of heavenly leaning, day. Month highlight. Not to mention the young Mu Mao, who was killed by Yang Ning, the young man, but the old man Liang Shuang's yin spirit out of his body to travel far away, as well as the current state of Xiao Mo in front of him, and of course the student Cui Dongshan. The difference is a little bit, and the loss is 1,000 miles. The difference of the Taoist heart will bring about the deviation of the personality. The only exception is probably Zhengzhuzhong. With a stroke of Qingtong's 2 fingers, the phoenix tree leaf disappeared in a flash, then fell back to the many fallen leaves, and then pushed the second leaf to Chen Pingon. Qingtong asked curiously, "In the guest house beside Handan Road, why don't you determine the authenticity of Na Lu Yen?" Before in the first picture scroll, Chen Pingon left Xiao Mo and headed for the road alone. Without hesitation, he overturned the bookcase and the book was blank. The thing of drawing a dipper according to the gourd can be done very simply. Just ask that Xiaoma to hand a sword to the old guest house, and you will know the truth. Chen Pingon said, "Treat the seniors and sages on the road of spiritual practice, we juniors under the big trees who are good to enjoy the cool, walking on the sturdy and flattened Yangguan Avenue that they have opened up and stepped on. Of course, we must sincerely respect a little, let alone juniors." The long-awaited Lu Zhu. Qingtong looked awkward. Chen Pingon said, "Of course I meet some people who are disrespectful to the old, especially those who like to rely on the old to sell the old. They are polite, meaning that when the courtesy is reached, you don't have to be too polite. Can't be a meal. Seniors think so." Xiao Mo smiled and said, "At this time, fellow Taoists should answer I think it's true." The young hidden official sighed immediately, and the ending sounded upward, "How can I speak to the young fellow who is a fellow Taoist and an old friend?" Xiao Mo nodded and said, "Pay attention next time." Qingtong didn't want to have anything next time and immediately changed the subject. "After you leave here, when the sect celebration is over, you might as well go straight to Huangliang country where Lu Zhu's hometown is. Directly at Jindan." Seeing that Chen Pingon didn't seem to be interested, Qingtong continued to persuade him kindly, "This matter is not compelling. Since Lu Yan has said it straight, then you are already one of the destined people, and Tianyu will not take the blame." Speaking of this, Qingtong felt very awkward, so he had to stop the conversation and change his statement. Yuxianda Mountain is a Kendo sect. If you can get this opportunity, plus you have to bury the river and pray for rain. The Taoist formula, I believe that in the next 200 to 300 years, the number of immortals in Luopa Mountain and Xianda Mountain may be said to be the scene of springing up after the rain. Quantity, or color, will not differ too much. Chen Pingon smiled and said, "Duckweed gathers and scatters, and everything goes with the fate." Afterwards, Chen Pingon added, "When the dream wakes up, the yellow beam is not ripe. It is true or false, whether it is good or bad, and it is inaccurate. Just like at this moment, how can you be sure that you are not still in Zhouzi? In the fantasy world created for you?" Qingtong smiled, obviously thinking that this kind of nonsense should be left to those who worry about the sky to disturb themselves. Chen Pingon wiped the golden fallen leaf casually, and also returned it to the distant fallen leaves. The next 2 leaves are a few hints. For example, putting the leaves together before and after is actually a page of the old almanac. Drought and flooding. The war between water and fire that caused the chaos of the sky and the earth in the ancient times has caused many deaths and injuries in the world. In addition, the monster army in the wild world swept across a continent of mountains and rivers. No matter what the reason, you Chen Pingon came too late. You are doomed to be too late to save you, life and death. At most, it is to learn from the official who prays for rain, and remedy it afterwards, and it may not be able to succeed. And Qingtong has another digression, because it is precisely this rainfall that is the cause of the land of a county, flooded with years of age, and sinking into the water. The heavens collapsed, because you, this one, stood on the sidelines. Don't you think of coming to clean up the mess that you caused by your own hands? Could it be that when Hai carefully climbed to the sky and left, and the Sanzhou patriarch Sendao is all in your calculations? All these causal cycles, tens of thousands of years apart, were actually counted by Zhouzi early by sufficient words. Are you sure? Otherwise, couldn't you stop the original fire and water dispute? Even if he couldn't stop him, why didn't he even stop 1 or 2 shots, but didn't show up from start to finish? This is Qingtong's merciless ridicule. As for the official who prayed for rain during the severe drought, he was holding the letter of praying for rain from Chen Pingon. The beginning of the article was, "Rain Master Feng Bo, Lei Jun Electric Mother, listen to my edict, and those who violate the order will be cut." In fact, when Qingtong saw this scene from a distance at that time, to be honest, at that moment, Qingtong was more than a tremor of Taoism, and he was almost frightened. Think of that one, but the supreme existence of the Supreme High School in those long years before that 10,000 years. It's just that no human being, or perhaps any god, knows what this existence is thinking. Maybe the Taoist ancestor who is the closest to a certain truth. Chen Pingon looked down at the pictures in the 2 fallen leaves, and suddenly smiled. Senior Qingtong seems to be very good at teasing others. Qingtong frowned and said, "What do you say?" Earlier in one of the paintings, Chen Pingon was the county guard in charge of water management. Born in the Han nationality, at a young age, titled on the gold list, and yet to marry a wife. Without exception, they all fit Chen Pingan's resume and situation. Born in a low alley, he eventually took up a high position and became the last hidden official. I had to go around for alms, just like those 54 intercontinental ferry boats, hanging upside down the Mountain Spring Banner studio. Although Yunnan and Yao is a well-known Taoist couple, he has not yet officially married his wife, and so on. They are not completely similar, but as long as they are carefully explored, they have everything in common. In addition, Chen Pingan met the literati who was idle at home, and he said that the Imperial Examination System art article was well done, and then doing other things would be a lash and a slap in the blood, otherwise it would be some wild foxes and meditations. The evil spirit outside. Everyone is inferior, only high in reading. Why do you study, and are you an official? Seal your wife, Inzi. There are so many techniques on the mountain, only swordsmanship is the only one, like reading in the world, looking at the world and despising others. Isn't Qingtong taking the opportunity to ridicule the sword repairman who relies on one sword to break the 10,000 laws, and has no more ideas? There is innuendo everywhere, and there are other points. For example, the High Gate Mansion symbolizes the once Great Wall of Jinqi. And Ning Yao of the Great Wall of Sword Qi is the woman who unfortunately is not a man, so the son-in-law who entered the Zhua's mansion is right and talented, of course, because of this person's identity and the lineage of Wen Sheng. The close disciple of Cui Yang and the younger disciple who controlled them, so the boss Jian Xian is quite valued by this person, and the phrase, unwilling to pursue a career, implied that Chen Pingan was not a sword repairer at the time. Qingtong has a guilty conscience. What's the matter? This can also guess your own thoughts and intentions. This time it was Xiao Morris' turn again. It's not a woman who is thinking about needles in the sea, or I am a scholar of my generation. Chen Pingan glanced at Qingtong, who was on the opposite side. Is he actually a woman right now? As for the last scene, the county guard pushed in the door and picked out one of the oil lamps on the table. Probably it was Qingtong who had a lot of resentment towards Jian Shou, and he was still whispering about the boss Jian Xian and himself. Is it that the boss of the Sword Fairy Evening Festival is not guaranteed, so he can only give to a foreigner who has been to the Great Wall of Sword Qi on his deathbed a few days ago? In the end, the old man lying on the sickbed who said nothing was like that Qin Qingdu who was unable to beat a sword on the battlefield. In the end, only half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi can be left. Chen Pingan squeezed his sleeves with both hands and said with a smile, "You are not scolding me, but here you are scolding an old sword fairy who has passed away. I am not angry. How can I be angry? I can't commit it. It's unnecessary." Just like in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, any living sword repairman in the lower 5 realms can ridicule Zhong Yuan as being inferior to himself. By the way, Senior Qingtong, you didn't scold me, did you? Qingtong remained silent, did not admit or refute. Xiao Mo felt that this guy should have listened to his son's persuasion before, and let him go back to Xinda Mountain. Let Qingtong breathe a sigh of relief, because Chen Pingan had already actively pushed away the 2 fallen leaves and replaced it with the next picture. Chen Pingan asked, "Is it a kind reminder? Is it still Zhou's arrangement, or is it your own intention?" Qingtong gave an ambiguous statement and said softly, "It doesn't matter who means the general trend." Chen Pingan sneered, "Don't you understand? This is Zhou's reminder to you." On the screen, it is the overlord who is the warlord, a half-strike about whether it is benevolence and righteousness. After Qingtong realized, Dao's heart was shaken. Qingtong originally thought that this fallen leaf meant that once the patriarch of the 3 religions went out of the way, it would be a brand new pattern that has not existed in 10,000 years. There will definitely be great cultivators in the Ascending Realm and the 14th Realm who will make the kind of blocking the way to stop the river, or even cross the river and demolish the bridge, and kill all the cultivators who might fight with them on their own avenues. Just thinking about Qin Pingan's Feijin transmission of letters again, Qing Tong couldn't help but feel cold in his back. Qin Pingan sneered, "Could it be that when you deal with Zhou Zi, you just lie on the ground and pretend to be dead, resigning to fate?" In the next picture scroll, there is a pair of lingering and afflicted talents and beautiful women. Probably the same people in the world will live long, the same lovers will eventually become married, but they are walking on different ways of thinking. In fact, in a county where Qin Pingan is the water of the water, running around for alms, or making private visits, it can be regarded as experiencing the suffering of the people. I once saw a poor old scholar walking home at dusk, passing by the street. Seeing a cooked food case set up, the old man walked a long way out, repeatedly talking about "no good, I am a scholar, how can I go shopping in person?" When I walked to the door of the house, I was really greedy. I looked at the sky, and when it got dark, I couldn't recognize people. Just think again, the moon is bright and recognizes people again. It's better to wait for the twilight moon to rise again. At that time, it was still darker. Finally, the old scholar went to the house to pick up a basket and walked out quickly. In the cooked food case, he didn't dare to dispute the price. It's getting dark. I have also seen a man who accidentally lost his wages, sitting on the side of the street, some distance from his home, and slapped himself hard. Not far away, there was another group of young and old gamblers gambling there, making money that could not be kept through the house like running water, shouting loudly, and slapped in the face. After that, the old monk was in the main hall and chopped the Buddha statue to make firewood for heating. Called the enlightened wild fox meditation, the literary barriers of scholars studying Buddhist scriptures, those who beat puerile obata, and those mad meditations that swear at the Buddha at every turn. However, Qin Pingan knows that, in addition to the fact that he met Lu Zu's pillow and the civil servant praying for rain and governing water, all these are Zhou Zi's exploring his own Taoist inclinations, or to be precise, it is the importance of the purpose of the three religions in my heart. Zhou Zi's deepest intentions were that she met the old woman on the road after the rain. The old woman was in ragged clothes, but riding a horse with gorgeous saddles and bridles. If it is only understood that the ghosts still have their relatives in the Yangjian to pay homage to the grave during the Zhongyuan festival, then how should those who have been displaced in the Yangjian deal with themselves? The world is sad in autumn, the grass and trees are sad, the offerings are displayed, the wine commemorates, there is this fierce year, the displacement, the sacrifice is not coming, the soul is helpless. Of course it is okay to think about it, but Zhou Zi's intention is definitely more than this level, and it is through the old woman to explain the current situation of the remnants of the ancient gods and their real intentions. It is also the phrase, "Where does the young man go?" and the following phrase, "The road is sloppy, take a rest for a while, and leave early the next day." Because of the next picture, Qin Pingan and Xiaomo have become gods of the same place. Calmly climb high and restore God's position. But in Qin Pingan's mind, Zhou Zi's most precarious intention is the last picture, the scene that is both strange and familiar. It may be because all the sorrows and joys in the world are only from empathy. Qin Pingan looked around, but didn't notice the slightest strangeness. I believe that even if I offer a caged bird and completely cover this parasol world, I will still get nothing. It seems that knowing more will only bring more unknowns. In fact, many times I would envy the monk Qing Tong, so I just went to the ground, thinking nothing about it. What kind of love is it? Is it windy and rainy, or the sun is shining, and love will not come? Qin Pingan took out the sword-raising gourd from his sleeve, took a sip of his drink, looked up at Qing Tong, and said, "Go ahead, the real reason." Qing Tong had a weird face and said in his heart, "You already know the similarity between me and Lu Tai." Qin Pingan nodded. Qing Tong no longer smiled sincerely, and no longer spoke in his heart, his voice was cold and cold. One, I believe in Zhou Zi's guess, another I believe in my own eyes. Just fighting often, I want to see more. In fact, the more I look at it, the more confused it becomes, but it's not as bad as not to look at it. Qin Tong raised his hands and patted his knees lightly, his expression relaxed. Maybe it's all blindfolded, but what does it matter? That's it. The implication is that a young fellow believes that the future Chen Pingan that Zhou Zi guessed will definitely come, but another young fellow chooses to believe that the former Chen Pingan will always be the former teenager. Chen Pingan nodded, expressing understanding. Putting away the sword gourd, Chen Pingan stood up and said with a smile, "Senior Yuanxiang, the reason why he would engrave on the sycamore tree is because the senior felt that there were actually 2 long trips in his life. One was for a Taoist man. Death and death, once was completely forgotten by the world, so Senior Yuanxiang would engrave everywhere, because he hopes that in the next 1,000 years, all future generations will know about the world. There was once a sword repairman named Yuanxiang who existed in the world." Qin Tong got up and asked, "Is it the file record from the summer residence?" Chen Pingan smiled and shook his head, "I guessed it." When Chen Pingan was about to leave, Qin Tong suddenly said, "Please sit down." Chen Pingan was stunned. "Why did you change your mind?" Qin Tong smiled and said, "In fact, there is no reason, it is just a gamble. Either you lose money to your grandma's house, or you can make a lot of money." Chen Pingan asked, "Don't regret it?" Qin Tong smiled and said, "It's not too late to regret it when you regret it." Chen Pingan took his seat again and said, "Xiao Mo, help protect us." Xiao Mo smiled and nodded, and glanced at Qin Tong sideways. Qin Tong seems to be indifferent, but in fact it is a little bit narrow, as if to say, "Shema Dao Yu, be polite to me in the future." On this day's New Year's Eve, the world's phoenix tree leaves fell in abundance. At the same time, there are man-made dreams, a heavenly journey. I invite all monarchs to dream. Borrow a stick of incense from Jun Hongzhou town has always been a pattern of vertical streets and horizontal alleys. Between Guanshui Street and Guanshan Street, there is an unnamed alley. There is a small bookshop without plaques. The business is deserted all year round, but the prices of books are strange. Hi, do not reduce the price, do not open for a year to open for 3 years. The young shopkeeper, Li Jin, the of water in the Chongtan River, was lying on a wicker chair, carrying a hand stove, and taking a nap. For some early New Year's Eve dinners, there have been bursts of firecrackers. In the eyes of outsiders, being an official is nothing more than a good official or bad official. For those in official circles, it is also simple: do you want to climb up? Secular public gates are no different from Shanshui officialdom, so Li Jin, the water of the Chongtan River, obviously does not want to climb up. Just talk about the 3 heavy golden rains in the past few years. The monarch Wei Shan in Beiyue Pian Mountain has benefited the most. The key is that he is within his jurisdiction. In the eyes of the gods of mountains and rivers, Mr. Wei Dashan is called a deduction searcher. Even the mountain of the prince in the Beiyue boundary was not covered with rain and dew. Li Jin narrowed his eyes, his heartstrings tense, but quickly got up with a smile. Qin Shanju, good supernatural powers. After hearing the request of the uninvited guest, Li Jin wondered, similar to the Wanmin umbrella. Chen Pingan laughed dumbly when he heard this metaphor, and thought for a while, I can barely say that. Li Jin pondered for a moment, and said, I don't need your share of merit, but I have something to ask for, which is regarded as an exchange. Chen Pingan smiled and said, the business remains the same, but if Li Shui asks for something, as long as I can do it, I will definitely not refuse. Li Jin said tentatively, when the owner of the mountain returns to Luopa Mountain next time, can there be Lord Lao coloring a white drawing scroll? Chen Pingan asked with a smile, but when Zhu Lian and Pei Xiang returned from Qingfeng City and passed by your place, one of the 2 scrolls presented to Brother Li. Li Jin nodded and said, exactly. Chen Pingan knew it well, knowing that Zhu Lian passed by the shop last time and gave Li Jin 2 paintings, both of which were white line drawings. The first painting was a carp painting, Li Jin's appearance, and riding a big carp. Only the head and tail are exposed, and the carp's body is hidden in the sea of clouds. On this scroll, Zhu Lian uses the seal of Zhu Wen to engrave the 8 characters. My heart is deep and secluded, and I am in the realm of Ming Dynasty. As for the other picture scroll, it was the scribe in front, as if he had already jumped over the Dragon Gate, overlooking the rapids above the Dragon Gate, because the scribe in the picture scroll supported the Dragon Gate pillar with one hand. Zhu Lian seals the 8 characters with white letters. Yulong is in disguised form, superbly transformed. Just because it is 2 white drawn scrolls, Li Jin's request, the so-called coloring, is like a kind of Taoist temple as a deity, depicting gold. The canonization of the gods of mountains and rivers, of course, can only be the emperor's will of the local court, or the sages of the Confucian temple can mouth the constitution. But in addition to the second-class description of gold, some monks with consummate merit, or some great monks with sufficient realm, do have a certain effect. Chen Pingan nodded and said, "You don't need to next time, you can do this today." Li Jin said helplessly, "In this dreamland, my 2 paintings are all imaginary things." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Li Shuaishan just contemplates, and you will know after a try." Li Jin contemplated that picture scroll. Of course it was the picture of a carp rising to the sky. As for the carp jumping into the Dragon Gate, I dare not think about it for the time being. When Chen Ping's wrist twisted, he turned out to be the little snow cone that was given to Gentleman Zhong Kuei back then. He took the picture and spread it out in the air, carefully painting the carp with gold, and finally finishing the eye. Li Jin was surprised. What kind of visualization? Can it be turned into reality? Am I dreaming? Yes, I was dreaming. So after waking up from a dream, it's always going to be empty baskets, right? Chen Pingan would definitely not make jokes about this kind of thing. Chen Pingan suddenly said, "Since all of them are here, then good things will come in pairs." Li Jin hesitated. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "It's a matter of raising your hand." For the scribe on the second scroll, the robe on his body is depicted in gold. After that, Chen Pingan took out the name stamps of the 2 parties, Luopashan Chen Pingan and Qin Shi. The upper and lower inscriptions are in Yin, and Zhu and Bai are used together, which means Lian Zhu. Because of the particularity of the number of seals and the ancient singular number, because there is the intention of use 1 instead of 2, use 3 instead of 4, and take an odd number to help the sun. So in the end, Chen Pingan took out another seal, which was the watermark that had been with him for many years. Li Jin put away the 2 paintings, made a bow with Chen Pingan, and thanked him from the bottom of his heart. He stood up and said in a deep voice, "Later, the incense sticks will definitely be sincere. The rivers of the Danjiang River are righteous, and Li Jin is willing to do the best for the landscape of Tongisao." Meager power. Dressed in a green shirt, disappeared. Li Jin opened his eyes and quickly took out 2 scrolls from the square. Sure enough, gold has been described. Water transport is abundant, beyond imagination. Li Jin immediately returned to the Chongtan River water mansion with the wind, and solemnly took a bath and changed his clothes. Finally, he took a deep breath, facing the south, twisting his hands like incense, condensing part of the water transport under his jurisdiction, and finally lit a scent of water. At the same time, near the Chongdan River, a river righteous with a green snake entwining his arm is the same. And a certain water empress, even more so, is extremely sincere, and does not lose the first 2 colleagues at all. The lotus root blessed land in the Luopa mountain, under the water dragon, led the rivers and water gods in the blessed land, and each lit a stick of fragrance. North Ju Luzhou Jidu. In a magnificent new home mansion, A black-clothed teenager with golden eyes sat cross-legged on the main seat in the lobby, smiling and looking at the Shangzi Shuijing who came as a guest. Sita stirred. Tell me, is it considered poor and no one asks in the downtown area, rich in the mountains with distant relatives? The former colleague and the subordinate now had a smile on his face that was a bit embarrassing to hide. Li Yuan just chuckled, but he was not afraid of the other side's grudges. The two sides knew the bottom line. Having been neighbors for countless years, the other side was unprofitable and unprofitable. As long as the money is in place, everything is easy to talk about. Both parties are from Shuijing, and have been brothers and sisters for many years. In the previous years, there were only 2 temples left in the 3 temples of Jidu, and the upper temple was located in the Chongxian department of the Deyuan dynasty. The central temple where Li Yuan is in charge is in the Water Dragon sect, but it has only been refined into a patriarchal. In the Longgong Cave, Fushui Island, which used to be the Taoist temple of Li Yuan in the past, also helped to build a bridge and helped Chen Ping'an to buy it at a very low price. In comparison, before he was promoted to Dadu Longtinghao, the guy named Situ Jidong in front of him was even more generous. In the past so many years, I haven't seen this guy come to Longgong Dongtian to ask for a polite greeting. He is very arrogant and has a backing. This time is different from the past. Situ Ji ran up to get close to himself every 3.5 times. Situ Jidong, as Jidu Shangzi Shuijing, used to be the appearance of an old man, but now he is not rejuvenated, but he is also radiant. Because the former Confucian temple has always deliberately ignored the issue of Data's canonization. As the existence of incense in Dadu temple, for thousands of years, it has always been in a self-defeating and pitiful situation, with a long history of ancient official positions. Like a poor officialdom who couldn't receive his salary at all, he was even more pitiful than the Qingshui Yamen of the dynasty under the mountain. The emperors and monarchs of the various countries along the Dadu, the large and small imperial courts, are unable to help, and there were no dragon kings in the world before. Of course, the distant waters cannot save the nearby fires. Every time a golden body appears cracks, it is almost irreversible and there is no retreat. Whenever a golden body collapses, there will be one less Shuijing in the world. In the heyday of the past years, large and small drove through the sea and dug the water. More than 200 water was right, and there was no one in 10. But since Aquarius created a great blasphemy with manpower, it was tantamount to a precedent, and the Confucian temple finally took action. Some Dadu Shuijing, even if they have not been able to be directly promoted to Dadu Lord, like Li Yuan, but even if it is Situ Agitation who maintains the same status as Shuijing, it is only because the Confucian temple's canonization is equal to the awe-inspiring Dadu orthodoxy. Once again acknowledging Shuing's line, this time, they blasphemed the old officials, it is not the dead wood and spring. Li Yuan didn't continue to ridicule Situ Jidong, and started talking about business. After talking about business matters, Li Yuan personally sent the guests to the gate. Firstly, it was courtesy. Secondly, every time he looked up at the golden plaque of Longting Hofu at his gate, he felt happy in his heart. These Shuijing names and surnames are not taboo, even the surnames next to the fire character will not hinder the main road. But the name must be next to the word water, which is a fixed rule since ancient times. For example, Li Yuan's source and situs agitated. But the words thirsty and sand are definitely not good. As for the Manchu characters are slightly larger, the Bei characters are too small, and the flood is too bad. So if you need to change the name, then the words such as rising, turbulent, and warm are all good choices. Li Yuan had always felt that Situ Ji was better than himself. It must be because of the dominant name. Now it seems, average. Swaggering back to the mansion, really unwilling to go to the government office to find the guilt, so he used the water technique to go to Dedushui, and quickly escaped for thousands of miles, and finally quietly went to the Dragon Palace cave sky, Li Yuan finally sitting on the sea of clouds, overlooking the islands in the lake, green snails in the jasper plate. After watching for a long time, I couldn't see a flower. Li Yuan yawned, fell back, and lay down on the sea of clouds. Anyway, there was nothing to do. No, I'm busy, uncle, so I'll take a nap. The black-clothed boy slowly opened a pair of golden eyes and said with a sneer, "Who is a thief, so brave, how dare?" Halfway through, Li Yuan jumped up and said, "Chen Ping'an." Wearing a long green shirt, smiled kindly and said, "If you have anything, please help." Li Yuan raised his hands and patted his cheek hard, crisp and sweet, say. It is also necessary to help a swollen face to fill a fat man. Do I need to ask anything? I can't. First nod and agree to be a brother. Li Yuan finally waved his hand. What merits do you want? If you see it outside, see it outside. Chen Ping'an shook his head and insisted, the rules are, no exceptions, just come back to you for a drink. Li Yuan hesitated for a moment, nodded, and asked sternly, I want to see Shenlin next. Chen Ping'an smiled and nodded, I have seen Duke Lingyuan, and I have to continue on my way. Li Yuan asked in a low voice, a lot of places to go. Chen Ping'an still nodded, a lot. After that, Chen Ping'an continued to dream far away. In the demon building of a certain town, a tall old master stood leaning on a railing, looking at the sycamore tree not far away. Next to him is a middle-aged Taoist priest holding a purple bamboo stick, a large gourd wine scoop hanging from his waist, a yellow shirt and hemp shoes, and a sword on his back. In fact, the old master and this middle-aged Taoist priest, if they are both predecessors at this moment, they are looking at the current future. The Taoist priest smiled and asked, What happened to you when you traveled out? The old master laughed at himself, It's not very good, it's not very good, the village boy deceived me to be too weak. The old master looked for a moment and said, Friend Chunyang, do you help me with the calculations? The Taoist nodded with a smile, the most sacred master has spoken, how dare Lu Yen refuse to follow it? The old master joked, What Lu Yen is the long-awaited Lu Zhu. Lu Yen couldn't laugh or cry. He pinched his fingers and said with a solemn expression, Popular on the ground, watch. The old master gave a hum, it was the fifth line of the Guan Gua, nodded, waved his sleeve casually, and said, Take it again. The line that Lu Yen calculated earlier was that the day and the earth are moving, the yin and the sun are waning, and the avenue is declining and everything is difficult to move. Or to be precise, everything is changing and we should wait and see the situation. Gentlemen should stay quiet and not move, and watch the wind from the wall for the time being. After a while, Lu Yen continued, the 9th 5-year plan, watch my life, the gentleman has no guilt. The old master smiled and said, That's very good. God helps those who help themselves. Lu Yen hesitated to say something and stopped. Forget it, you are the most sacred master, in the vast world, of course you have the final say. After holding his hands together, the old master smiled and said, Don't think that I did something, how could it be possible? The most sacred master was amazed suddenly, and said, Yeah, I suddenly felt that Yuan Bushan Tian was walking alone in the moonlight tonight. Lu Yen smiled and nodded. The old master sighed with emotion for no reason. The most sacred master of the vast world mentioned a few names. Among them, Yu Ku is the name of Li Xing. The name of Ko is the real name of the head teacher by Yu Jing. The following sentence. I really don't know how many people in the world have established religions and claim to be their ancestors, and how many people claim to be invincible. The previous sentence. If there is no Qin Qingdu, Yu Ku, Ko Ming, Qin Ping'an. Sort of coming. Chapter 927. Chen Pingan originally planned to go straight to the Lingyuan Gongshui mansion, but temporarily changed his mind and planned to go elsewhere. With thoughts, he ignored the distance between mountains and rivers, dressed in a green shirt, and stood under a sycamore tree in the capital of the Yuan dynasty. Lifting his head and looking into the distance, Chen Pingan took another step and came to a palace with only black and white colors, as if a person without borders, as if entering the realm of no one. This Yuan dynasty was founded by water and virtue. Last time Chen Pingan met with Emperor Lu at the Yunshao Palace of the Chongxian administration to discuss business. At that time, the emperor was accompanied by only a young prince named Lu Jun, who is now Your Royal Highness is now. In addition to giving the Prince Lu Jun a copybook written by Mr. Chen Pingan, he also gave the boy a handwritten copy of the boxing score, which was the Shaking Mountain boxing from Guyu, the end martial artist of the Great Seal dynasty. As for Lu Jun's cultivation and martial arts qualifications, they are actually quite ordinary. At the beginning, Chen Pingan was also frank and honest. In the end, the ghosts and gods made the difference, and the two parties became anonymous masters and apprentices. Before dawn, there was still a period of time before the early dynasty. Emperor Liu Yang woke up early and could hardly fall asleep anymore. He simply asked to light the lamp and sat cross-legged on the kong of a small warm pavilion. There are earth dragons, even in the middle of winter, they will be warm as spring, but occasionally the emperor will give orders to stop burning charcoal in the palace, saying that it is freezing and boiling the bones, but it can strengthen the body. On the other hand, those princes of the Liu family who are studying in the south of Weining Hall, unless they encounter the freezing season that only happens in decades, they will give them a hand stove, or they will read aloud while quietly stomping their feet. I trembled, and I couldn't move in and out, just studying, saying that hard work is not considered easy, it is not easy. Just unknowingly, he was a little sleepy. Liu Yang was in a daze, vaguely heard the knock on the door, and subconsciously said, "Come in." Outside the threshold of Nuan Pavilion, he wore a blue shirt and smiled and said, "Your Majesty. Take the liberty to come and look at Haihan." Liu Yang opened his eyes and looked at the blue shirt outside the door. For a moment, he lost his senses, but quickly returned to normal. He stepped on the warm kong and casually stepped on his boots without wearing well. He walked towards the door quickly. Heartily laughed and said, "It turns out that it was Mr. Chin who came here to welcome you if you missed it, and forgive your sins and forgive sins." Chen Pingan stood on the spot, clasped his fists, and apologized. The incident happened suddenly, so there is no way to inform the access control. I promise that this will be the only time. Curious people have their own things. Mr. Chen is a man of Taoism, why bother about these red tapes? Liu Yang stretched out his hand and grabbed the Qingshan guest's arm, and smiled. I hope Mr. Chen can come here often as a guest. Go, let's sit in the house and chat. After Chen Pingan crossed the threshold, Liu Yang let go, and the two sides sat on the warm kong side. Liu Yang let the memorial spread on the table, without any taboo. After hearing Chen Pingan's concise explanation, Liu Yang was extremely surprised when he learned the truth, and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. It's incredible, weird. The Emperor Liu, who is known for his brilliance and grandeur, said without hesitation, in fact, Mr. Chen doesn't need to come to the capital at all. One more trip will easily delay business. Chen Pingan smiled and said, no matter how detached the Chongxian department is, it is still one of the institutions of the Yuan court. No matter how respected Yang Tianjun is from the Yunshao palace, no matter how selfless the children of the Yang family are, they will ultimately be subjects of the Yuan dynasty. Liu Yang laughed and showed his sincerity. From beginning to end, he didn't look at the door. Good words. Of course it is a good thing. It's just a good word. More than. This in itself is a clear expression of the young hidden official's view of the relationship between the royal family of Diyuan and Chongxian department. The gods on the mountain and the emperor under the mountain are like one governing the sky and one governing the land. The relationship between the two parties is complicated. There is a common sense of prosperity and mutual prosperity, and there is no lack of discordance. Enemies. Juna herself is so lucky that she didn't confess this master of boxing in vain. This highly identified Mr. Qin always turns his elbow in. It is also the hidden official of the Great Wall of Jinchi. Whether it is engraved or not, there is a world of difference. The last time the two parties met at the Yunshao Palace to discuss matters, Chen Pingan had not yet traveled far to the barren world, and there was no engraving on the head of the city. Lu Yang asked with a smile, "While there is still half an hour before the meeting, can I visit the Chongxian department of Yunshao Palace with my husband?" There is no temptation, let alone trusting the other party. Lu Yang is just as the monarch of a country, the ninth 5-year-old, but he is still a little fascinated by the kind of cloud and fog. Chen Pingan nodded and smiled. "It's rude." When the young hidden official's words settled, Lu Yang soon became a little disappointed, because he had moved a place just like a blink of an eye. It was the place where he met last time. He didn't have the kind of fairy imperial wind that soared through the clouds. Has nothing to do with the fluttering and lingering feeling in the expectation. Chen Pingan and Lu Yang stood side by side, and soon an old man appeared and came to the Chongxian office. It was the national teacher Yang Qingyan. The old man held a white jade pole with a tail in his hand, and the word "Fengshen" was inscribed. Chen Pingan is a good practice, and apologizes to this Taoist heavenly monarch, Yang Qing said with a smile. "It's okay, the poor Tao is just a wandering." Yang Qingyan struck a door with His Majesty the Emperor. "I have seen your Majesty." After Lu Yang held his hands in his hands, he nodded to the national teacher and smiled calmly. "Widow is just a fun, and the national teacher only treats the widow as if it doesn't exist." If the Chongxian department is an official institution set up by the Diyuan court, then the Yunshao Palace, like the Longhushan Tianshi mansion, is the descendant of the jungle. Although the Diyuan court set up a Taoist government here, it is actually a decoration. Anyway, the big and small Taoist officials are either surnamed Yang or granted by the Yunshao Palace. Although the Taoist of the Yunshao Palace is not a water god, this Yang Guesher has both moral energy and water transport. What's more, the Dada Shangzi Shuijing, who has not been among the princes, is located nearby. The three of them were seated on the stone benches under the trees. In fact, they were in their previous positions. After hearing Chen Pingan's deal, Yang Qing was afraid to smile and said, "Just say that you can see the merits that are delivered to the door. If there is a little bit more grudge, it is really not enough practice and lack of people's hearts." Chen Pingan was determined in his heart, and this trip was worthwhile. But he couldn't immediately pat his and leave as soon as the deal was settled, so he took the initiative to chat with God on the current situation of the two brothers Yang Ningxin and Yang Ningxing in Wucai world. But he didn't say that he had the meeting with the brother Mu Mao, only that he was a rumor that he heard from the summer palace in Feixingcheng. Yang Qing was afraid of hearing the two brothers at first, one after another, and the other has become friends with Yuan Qingshu, who was in the corner of the sky that day. The old man always looked as usual, but waited until the young hermit seemed to say something casually. Regarding the affairs of the dynasty of the gods, with that elegant elder Yao Qing, Yang Qing looked at Qingshang Jianxian for fear, smiled slightly, and nodded slightly. Yang Qing said suddenly, "I feel I have admired Mr. Qin for a long time. I would like to take this opportunity to meet you today." Chen Pingan just treated it as a scene from the old man, nodded and said, "Of course." Yang Qing smiled fearfully, and with a lightly thrown his tail, there was a young Taoist priest who seemed to be detained here. After this person appeared here, he looked around, a Taoist heart, the ancient well did not wave, and soon hit the three of them. Yang Hojue, Yupujing, Taoist name, tuning mud. In Beiju Luzhou, and even the entire Haoran world, he is considered an extremely young monk of the upper five realms. Although he holds the titles of national teacher and heavenly monarch, it is still Yang Qingxian, but in fact, whether it is the Great Yuan court, the office of Chongxian was still the Yunshao palace of the Yang family, and the court affairs and housework were all caught by Yang Hojue. In addition, Yang Hojue is not only the elder of the brothers, but also their half-preacher. Before, Chen Pingan helped Kaik Mansion find 3 famous guest officials, all of whom had great backgrounds. In addition to Pitifeng referring to Xianfeng Yuan Lingdian, and Yuan Ingjian Xiu Rongchang, who is Li Kai's eldest disciple, the third is Yang Hojue, the steward of the Chongxian department. Later, Chen Pingan heard that he was the person recommended by Emperor Lu himself, and Yang Hojue agreed without hesitation. This is actually an unreasonable thing. Except for one Yang Hojue who is still standing, all 3 of you are sophisticated. It was just a very subtle pause between the young hermit and the old national teacher. Emperor Lu immediately wanted to understand the joints. It should be that Chen Pingan needs a little bit of buffer time to determine whether God Tianjun can call Yang Hojue himself, and whether he needs to do it himself. However, Yang Qing was afraid that he shook his hand with the supernatural powers of the immortal, and directly moved Yang Hojue from outside the world to this place in Chen Pingan's dream world. After Yang Hojue took his seat, he happened to sit opposite Chen Pingan, with a sincere look, and a smile said, "The last time I was poor, I missed it. In fact, I have wanted to see the hidden official side for many years, but today I got what I wanted." Yang Qing was afraid that he had roughly talked about the reason for this high-hope younger generation. Yang Hojue nodded slightly, and then God smiled and joked, "In fact, there are 2 distinguished guests in the Chongxian department at the moment. It is also fascinating. I wonder if Mr. Chen has ever heard of Gao Xianting." Chen Pingan looked solemn, and said solemnly, "The name of Grandmaster Gao is like Lei Guiner. Also, although the Chuanyu mountain where the chief is not a kendo sect, it has been a frequent visitor to the Great Wall of Sword Qi for thousands of years." From the perspective of Beiju Luzhou, after Guyu died, there are now only 3 martial arts in Beiju Luzhou. The unscrupulous old King Piao went to the mountain and made a lot of military exploits and recovered. If you are free, you don't have to go to Tianjun Shisher every year to click on time. The Lion Peak guest Qing Li Er was a great master who suddenly appeared. In addition, it is Gao Xianting, who is in his early 100s. During his travels, Gao Xianting served as the chief worshipper of a northern sect of Yushan as a pure martial artist. Facts have proved that the ancestor of Kun Yushan has a very good vision. A young martial artist, he didn't break the border too quickly, but he walked very steadily on the way to ascend, and he eventually became a martial artist of the end, and he is expected to be on the first floor. Gao Xianting's wife, the Taoist couple on the mountain, is a female sword fairy who has been in the Yupu realm for a few years. Her name is Xing Yuanji and the Taoist name is Qing Luo. In the end, Gao Xianting became the chief worshipper and then became the Chuanyu mountain. Son-in-law Xiao Shu, the contemporary suzerain of Chuanyu mountain, is Xing Yuanzi's senior brother and a fairyland monk. Although he is not a sword repairer, he led a group of more than 30 members of the sect. Back then, he crossed the continent and rushed south with Han Huizi, the sword sect of Taihui. Jianqi Great Wall. Because the shot was too heavy and too far out of the city, he was seriously injured and almost fell. Without exception, all the Jade Mountains in that group were monks from the Patriarch Hall, and they suffered heavy casualties. However, it is rumored that the relationship between Jing Yuanji and Li Kai is not harmonious, just because there was a culprit named Jiang who once offended Jing Yuanji miserably. And this famous Jiang thief in Luzhou, North Ju, now happens to be the chief worshipper of his own Luapa mountain, making a bewildered account. After chatting for a while, Yang Hojue suddenly stood up, stepped back 3 steps, and once again made a door-to-door check with Chin Pingon, and he said in a trembled voice, "Thank you, Mr. Chin," who was poor but a predecessor in the Ghost Valley. Long-cherished wish, Yang Hojue of this life, an old man of Longshan country in the past, sincerely thanked Mr. Chin for himself and her. Not only was Lu Yang confused when he heard it, but even Chin Pingon himself was at a loss at first. It was only when Yang Hojue called himself Old Man of Longshan country that he suddenly realized it. Standing up, he hesitated. Chin Pingon still squinted his shinching, and returned to Yang Hojue, a Taoist chief inspector, and said softly, "Duckweed gathers and scatters. Goodbye." God sighed slightly, but between his brows, he looked more relaxed. It turned out that back then, Chin Pingon and the good brother had traveled to a secret chamber grotto together. There were 2 bones in it. One was the female sister of Feng Mingfeng of Qingda Zong, the other was the monarch of Longshan State, and was also Qingda in the early years. Zongna was one of the embryos of the cultivation practice who opened up the drum to open up the golden door, and 30 immortals went up to the Tsuewei, but after the national disaster came to the fore, this person had to give up halfway, abandon the practice, go down the mountain again, and inherit the Datong. In this way, Yang Huju's willingness to serve as the guest of the little Kai's mansion was a matter of course. It's no wonder that the good guy would go to the mansion of the Summer Empress in Piluo Mountain, and he would, coincidentally, find the secret room tunnel. After sending Emperor Lu back to the imperial study in the capital, Chin Pingon took a trip to the Shaking River Temple and saw the Hebo named Shui Yuanqing again. After visiting Luzhou in Beiju for the first time, after Chin Pingon left the Mural City, it was Hebo, who likes to be a boatman, and took him for a ride. Shui Yuanqing is still the same, a dark-skinned old man, like an aged farmer, facing the loss with his back to the sky every year. It's just that Chin Pingon at that time was wearing a hat and a hip flask, riding a boat across the river. After confirming the identity of Chin Pingon, Lao He was surprised and shook his head and said, "I can't believe it, my small temple, I even accepted the incense from an adult hermit." Back then, Shui Yuanqing mistakenly thought that he had encountered a fool who knew nothing about the world. He would let such a great blessing happen, just like leaking from his fingers, and finally missed the master of a mural city riding a deer goddess. Shui Yuanqing and the sword fairy in Qingshan walked out of the ancestral temple and walked to the riverside together. It is hard to imagine that this old man with a golden body and no righteous of river water is still a Insi Hebo who has not been approved by the court. Shui Yuanqing pointed to a place by the river and said with a smile, "The little girl with the surname Pei was here in the past, and the weather is so terrifying. Well, it has only been a few years of hard work, and now it's time to call out Master Pei." After the Battle of Luopa Mountain to watch the ceremony at Jingyang Mountain, this matter became a lot of conversation between Shui Yuanqing and his old friends at the wine table. The old man once stood still by the river, and took a punch from the great Master Pei. After that, the 2 sides could not know each other if they didn't fight. The old man punted her across the river, and it was very easy to talk. Chen Pingon smiled and nodded. Pei Qian's opportunity at the time was a fight between the truth in her heart and the truth in the world. Chen Pingon once asked Li Huai in detail about his travels with Pei Qian about the big and small things on the journey of mountains and rivers. When the little girl grows up, becomes a girl, and then becomes a young woman, she should hide some thoughts. Even if it was Chen Pingon, who was a master, it would be hard for him to ask too much. Shui Yuanqing habitually squatted down, rubbed the soil, and said with a smile, "What did you think back then? Others couldn't ask for good luck, but you couldn't avoid it. At first I mistakenly thought that your kid was a wooden person who was incomprehensible, or a fool with an incomprehensible mind, otherwise it is really unreasonable. Now I think about how a person who can become a sword immortal and a hidden official can be stupid. Then he must have been pretending to be stupid back then. Chen Pingan sat on the bank casually and nodded. I was really pretending to be stupid at that time, but I was really afraid of being afraid. Shui Yuanqing laughed and said, "The goddess riding a deer is very noble, and only someone she doesn't look down on. As a result, she didn't know where a foreigner came from. She was already half dead by you. If you hear this kind of bastard, then I have to be off by you again." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Each has its own merits, there is no difference between superior and inferior." Old he unavoidably slandered. It was strange, it seemed that the young sword fairy beside him had passed by. The 8 painted goddesses of the mural city, Chuingguan, Baogai, Genoderma lucidum, Chongqing, Fairy Rod, and Deer Riding, Xingyu, Hanging Inkstone, all become outline patterns. Of course, the 5 in front have left the mural city a long time ago. But can this concealed official be regarded as a close official? Chen Pingan took out the sword-raising gourd and took a sip of wine. This was so real that he couldn't really drink fake wine. The only remaining 3 painted murals at that time, the goddess riding a deer, was heartbroken by a young outsider, but due to fate, she turned to the Qingliang sect master who was in harmony with the Tao and the heart. He Xiaoliang. And the rain goddess who is good at chess, named Shushi, has an appointment with the young monk who is holding an ancient jade medal and kneeling until his forehead is bare, and then she will look for it. Li Lu, please. As for the goddess of hanging inkstones, she followed her master to Lixiaozu. Before leaving the Bone Beach, she walked to the ghost mythical valley, and she took the Jisho Mountain's pocket thunder pond into her bag. And the owner she identified was Xiao Baowan, the lord of the city of appearance on the night ship. Every time Chen Pingan thinks about this, he doesn't get angry. Lao Tzu dug a few thunder whips for Jisho Mountain back then. Why did he start a big fight with you? Is your main road a field road? Even if the road in the field was ready, they would walk sideways and pass by each other, and walked forward separately. Shui Yuanqing asked curiously, "Is this in the dream of the hidden officer?" Chen Pingan nodded. Shui Yuanqing couldn't help but sighed, "This is also okay. It's a great accomplishment in cultivating the Tao. A good man, don't wait for 3 days with respect. It's just a trick. You scholars speak without leaking. It's worth 8 pennies. Shui Yuanqing was taken aback for a moment, and then burst into laughter. "Let's talk about it, what can I do this time?" After getting the answer from Chen Pingan, Shui Yuanqing frowned and said, "What is the picture? Is it worth it?" Chen Pingan shook his head and said, "Anyone can ask this kind of question, but Master Shui is superfluous to ask. If the figure is worthwhile, the height of Hebo Shui Yuansheng's current golden body can be at least 50% higher. If this is the case, now that Dadu is enshrined, Shui Yuanqing is more than enough to fill the vacancy as a Dumiao Shuijing." Shui Yuanqing raised his hands, rubbed his cheeks fiercely, and nodded. "Then it's settled, they'll stick to the incense sincerely, and I will worship you, and my heart is not worth it." The 2 parties talked about business affairs, and they were all refreshing people. In fact, it was just a few words. After talking about Pei Qian, he immediately opened the chatterbox. One was willing to talk more, the other liked to listen to it, and was reluctant to leave. Shui Yuanqing said that it was impossible to connect such a fan of money back then with the later Jing Seiqian and Pei Qian. Just say that the girl moved out a whole set of guys back then, weighed the silver with that zizi, and then carefully cut the broken silver with small scissors to make $8. In addition to the small zizi with green bamboo poles, there are also a lot of weighing weights. 2, with the words, "Never lose money," and "Only earn money," respectively in the seal engraving. No wonder she later changed her name to Jingqian and walked the rivers and lakes. After apologizing to Shui Yuanqing, she would still be extremely upset, saying that she practiced boxing and practiced a fart, and practiced a hammer boxing. At that time, there was a young scholar wearing a Confucian shirt. He was very nice, but to be honest, he was not particularly open-minded in reading. Chen Pingan could only be speechless for Shui Yuansheng's evaluation of Li Huai. Chen Pingan put away the sword gourd into his sleeves and asked, "Is Shui Hebo willing to serve as the river of the court?" If Shui Yuansheng agrees to this, there will soon be a swaying river passing through the country's official letter of the Ministry of Rites, holding an emperor's golden emperor, and rushing to the abbot for the imperial ceremony, and then there will be a deputy head of Yufu Academy at the same time. This is also the reason why Chen Pingan changed his route before, and he needed the help of Emperor Liu Yang and the Chongxian office to build a bridge. The imperial court enshrining the gods of mountains and rivers requires a nation's energy and luck, and Shui Yuansheng is notoriously indifferent to incense, so that everyone respects this swaying river, but all the imperial courts through which large rivers pass are not. I dare to take the initiative to find Shui Yuansheng, and I am afraid that I will be unable to make ends meet and impair the fortune of a country. It's just that Chen Pingan had his own means to smooth out this account, and he would definitely not treat the court badly afterwards. Shui Yuansheng looked weird and smiled. "You have to push my Yin shrine to this position. What on earth do you ask for, Lord Qin? You are planning to find me to do business in partnership, which is similar to that of Phi Ma sect and Chunlu Garden. I hope that this new river god, I will take care of the river transportation, and then make money and share the accounts together. You have a lot of money, and I am prosperous." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Shui Hebo thinks too much." Shui Yuansheng joked, "Why, can you ask me to fail?" Chen Pingan held back a smile, "Then count me as I beg you." Shui Yuansheng wondered, dignified sword fairy, master of a sect, is face so worthless? Chen Pingan replied, "Although it is not too valuable, it is worth some money, but Mr. Shui can afford it." Shui Yuansheng shook his head, still insisting on his own opinion. "If I am quite the righteous of the river, I would have become a god. I am not happy, too much restraint, not as comfortable as I am now." They all say that distant relatives are inferior to their neighbors. It's true that Zhuquan, the former lord of the Phi Ma sect, is a very outrageous ant on the mountain. She has found herself twice. It is almost the same, old Shui. You don't think you are a little uncle he? Shame. I'll give you the right words. This will help you run the operation. Keep a family and knock on the door. In the future, there will be no 7 or 8 temples on both sides of the swaying river. It's just that Shui Yuansheng didn't nod his head. Shui Yuansheng turned his head and said, "Thank you Qin Shanju to give me a quasi-word for the end of the bamboo wormwood, otherwise, even if I refuse this matter today, I will still be entangled in my heart in the future." It is hard to talk about the sword repair in the world, the Patriarch Hall on Luzhou Mountain in Beiju knows best. Chen Pingan waved his hand and smiled, "Shui Hebo, don't think too much about it. If you don't agree, it will be fine. I just made a temporary conscience and said casually." Shui Yuansheng said in a huff, "I believe you a hammer. Show me a little sincerity." Chen Pingan thought for a while and gave the answer he thought, "Although I am not old, I have traveled many places in my life, and I have not encountered too many old rivers and lakes." Shui Yuansheng sighed, "With you, it will be enough. It's much more comfortable than being a high-ranking Jianghe righteous god." Chen Pingan said in his heart, "Shui Hebo, if you have been Ainsi Hebo, you may miss a big chance." Shui Yuansheng stretched out his hand and patted the young man's shoulder, and said with a smile, "Chen Pingan, kindness is accepted. You keep busy, it's important to hurry." Chen Pingan nodded. Shui Yuansheng stood up and asked with a smile, "It's not easy for these years, right?" "Speaking of it, it's actually simple, it's nothing more than." Chen Pingan paused briefly, and said slowly, "People do things, and things teach others." Shui Yuanxing nodded and said, "It seems to say that the sky is broken, which is the truth to the end." Chen Pingan smiled brightly and said goodbye with his fists. Shui Yuanxing clasped his fists silently. Until today, old Hebo did not know that the Great Wall of Jianqi and the last hermit, they turned out to be mutual accomplishments and both lived up to their lives. Jidu Lingyuan Gongfu. At dawn, a group of Yinyin Yan, who did not need to go to the official hall for the time being, were on duty. They gathered in a hand-shoveling veranda to chat. Because they were not part of the official road of Shuifu, no outsiders were destined to pass by this place, so there is no need to pay too much attention to the etiquette system. Their identities are mostly female officials of the Department of Traceability of the Waterhouse and the subordinate department of the division. The latter's identity and responsibilities are similar to those of the Earth Master of the Qin Tianjian, drawing boundaries, regularly inspecting the boundaries of all rivers, lakes, and rivers, guarding boundary markers everywhere. Both are veritable Qingshui Yamen, with small authority, no oil and water, and usually few things. These women are not the daffodils and female ghosts of the old people in the Nanchuan Water Hall, or the girl monks who have just entered the Water Mansion. Most of them are still childish and lively. If you are close to the residences of prominent government offices such as the Inspection Department and the Reward and Punishment Department, you will never see such a beautiful scenery. A young girl from the Great Seal dynasty could not help but ask, "Follow Master Zu's explanation of words and slur words as a small canal. Then it's just a small ditch. What's the matter?" A female officer of the division from Nanchuan Water Hall nodded and smiled. "Master Wenqing also has that self-cultivation article, and there is a sentence in it, look at the source, open up its blasphemy, the river can be exhausted. It is obvious that in our Master Wenqing it seems that Thishdu is smaller than Jianghe, which verifies Master Zu's statement. As for how this dole turned into a big do, I used to work as an errand at the archives of the Water Hall and read a lot of official books. There seems to be no written record." Another Xiao Dao embryo born in the market, timidly asked, "Why are you with Master Wenqing?" Of course she knows the old master who restored the Temple of Confucianism, but is Wenqing not a Chinese native? The Jidu waters, divided into two, are still vast. There are nearly 80 dynasties and small vassal countries under the jurisdiction of the Lingyuan Gongfu. Like the Great Seal dynasty near the Jidu estuary, a decree was issued a few years ago. Together with the Zhou family of the Great Seal, plus a dozen vassal states, supplied nearly 50 cultivating embryos to the Shui mansion in one go. In addition, there are some extra shades similar to the officialdom. It can be regarded as going through the back door to enter the Shui mansion practice. In fact, it is the gilding method used by the children of some aristocratic families, which is equivalent to a squatter identity of a Didushui mansion. This group of men and women, regardless of whether they are successful in cultivating within 10 years, stay on the spot, or eventually be sent back to their hometown. All have a future. Just like this moment, a young girl sitting on the railing at the edge of the shovel veranda, she was studying a piece of paper horse carrying water talisman. It was a hand-painted golden talisman. The talisman paper was made of gold foil paper and painted with gods on horseback in armor. The pattern is similar to the fast-walking formula and the shrunk method of the gods on the mountain, but the secret method of the water palace is used, and the path of the gods and incense is used. Because there is an additional process of sacrificial burning, it can be regarded as a true talisman, so the ordinary talisman monks cannot draw talisman. Now, this symbol has the reputation of paper money, horses, fruits, and xian, thousands of miles in front of you. Practice does not realize that spring is approaching, and every inch of time is worth an inch of gold. I don't know this. The female officer who once served in the archives office of the old Nanchuan Water Hall said, "Hey, At that time, our northern capital Luzhou swordsmen repaired vastly, and we traveled across the sea together and landed on Iazhao. We had to ask the monks of Izhou to ask for guilt. It was Mr. Wensheng's kind words to persuade, that we didn't fight, but we didn't run in vain. After that, there was no north in Iazhao. This is something recognized by the Confucian temple. For thousands of years, Haran Jojo, the change of name, only this time, can it be a trivial matter? Speaking of this, the female officer looked bright, so, Wen Xingming is more towards us. It is half of her own family in Luzhou, Beiju. Furthermore, Wen Xing's direct disciple, Mr. Left, Mr. Zhua Dejiangxian, the highest swordsmanship in the world, Pei Min, whoever swordsmanship, had to stand aside. Back then, Zhua Dejiangxian went to sea and visited us. Here, there are a few Jiangxianjius from the Yuanqi mountain Jianxianyu, who have taken their swords to the coast. They have all experienced Mr. Zhua's swordsmanship. Of course, they have lost. Insufficient realm, even if you rush to find Swadeji and immortal Wenjian, people are willing to take care of it. Let me see, let alone raise your hand, you are not willing to raise your eyelid. Even if we don't talk about these old calendars of a few years, just talk about the things of the previous years. On the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the young hermit who seems to be born in the sky, and Taihui Sword Sect, and Duckweed Sword Lake, what is the relationship, now who doesn't know? Chenli and Gao Yuqing of Duckping Sword Lake, aren't they just the two sword fairy embryos handed over to Master Li by the young hermit? Then Chenli, there is also a little hermit. As for the title, I heard Mother Lu say that Qin and Li claim to be 100-year-old sword immortal on the innocent sign. Bragging? Wrong, it is because they are self-effacing. It is possible. The girl from the mountain tycoon, the little chicken, pecked rice and said, I know, before coming to the water mansion, I heard my grandfather say that the young hermit, and sect Master Lu of Taihui Sword Sect, are the best drinkers. No, I can't drink sect Master Lu at the wine table. So, we are in the north of Luzhou, Jianxiu's swordsmanship, that's definitely going to be lost to the Great Wall of Jinqi, but it's really true. Don't even persuade them to cultivate their native swordsmen at all. The Huang Lao Zhongli of the Taihui Sword Sect also said that he left the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and at the wine shop, he gave away the old sword immortal named Dong Sanging to drink. Threw up. She seemed to think of something, and whispered, it seems that there is a gossip. Long Ting Ho said that he and the hermit sir, or the brothers who beheaded and burnt yellow paper, are they really fake? If it is true, it is indeed amazing. Although he is a Dadi Ho Yi, he is slightly inferior to his own spirit source father, but in this matter, it seems to have given the Ho mansion back a city. The old female officer of the Nanchuan Water Palace said in a sullen manner, Bag, who is really stupid. What kind of virtue is Long Ting Ho? Outsiders may not know, we are old neighbors of Longgong Dong Tian. A teacher who happened to pass by the corridor, heard the words from a distance, and immediately stepped forward and scolded, presumptuous. A yellow-mouthed kid, not ashamed. This Mother Lu is now in charge of the Department of Rights in the 16th Division of the Water Mansion. She was once an official at the ruins of a Day Dragon Palace in Luzhou, Beiju. The film came forward and said angrily, how dare you chew your tongue, tell right and wrong, there are no rules at all. If you pass it out to outsiders, you will mistakenly think that our government has no law. You guys, everyone who has spoken, I recorded it once at Bo Lucy, and there were similar words again. Once found, he was expelled from the mansion on the spot. The old woman stared at the little chickens like an eagle, not only the old official of the water hall, but all the other women were so frightened that they were cold and pale. The stern old woman is really angry, but it's really not that the old woman deliberately made a fuss with a group of girls, and took this opportunity to show off her majesty. In her position, it is unnecessary. It's just that this kind of talk can be big or small, but if it really reaches the years of Longting House Mansion, if one is not careful, it is a disaster. It is inevitable that there will be a gap between the host and Na Longtinghao, who had a harmonious relationship between the two parties. Even if Longtinghao is big, I don't take it seriously when I hear it, but am afraid that there is a rib in the Hofu officialdom, and there is the ancient atmosphere of insulting the officials. There are many mountains and rivers between the two houses, and it is easy to disputes continue. In the countryside and fields, only because of water grabs, there are often armed fights, let alone the two residences of Dadigong Ho. What's more, you little girls who don't know the heights of the sky, really think that Li Yuan, who is not even in the eyes of the water dragon sect when the water is in time, is a good match. Just talk about the Thunder God's house at the Baby Mountain in the westernmost part of Dadu. Back then, even the plaque at the gate of the mountain was deducted from 2 characters. Why did you pinch your nose and let it go? It's not that Li Yuan has spoken, dare not let anyone go, he, Longting Ho, is about to flood the Thunder God's house. A few days ago, Shuaijing, who had only been in Longting Ho for a few days, dared not take the official position and the rules of the Confucian temple seriously. Why? Is he Longting Ho a fool? It's a pity that Lord Longting Ho is not present, otherwise I really can't help but reply, you are wrong, I really just rely on the blood and loyalty. This is called piercing a knife in both ribs for a friend, first piercing yourself, and first asking the other person if you are afraid. If the other person is not afraid, then piercing the other person again. This cycle depends on who is more cruel and more able to hold it. There are women in palace costumes, imperial concubines, graceful and glamorous. The spirit is pure and beautiful, just like a distant mountain hibiscus. The woman is the former owner of the Nanchuan Water Hall, and now Shenlin, the father of the great blasphemy spirit source. Behind her is 2 goddess of the water palace, the inspector and the leading female officer of the Qing confession, one with high authority and one responsible, receiving gifts. Shenlin laughed softly and said, let's not take it as an example. This time, there is no need to record at the bookkeeping department. The old woman immediately gave a blessing to Duke Lingyuan, and Duke Lingyuan opened gold mouths. It was a great blessing to those little Nizi. The female officials saluted Shen Lin one after another. Shen Lin asked them all to get up, and then touched the heads of the girls who talked the most, with a gentle expression, and a soft smile. In the future, you should be more cautious when you speak. Lu Lizzie is not only kind, but also acts according to the rules. But when I returned to my residence, closed the door and whispered, it was not a big problem, so you don't need to be too cautious. Well, pay special attention to it, don't let your Lu Gubin listen to you, then everything will be fine. Of course, the old woman herself was given such an unpopular nickname by the officials of the water house, but she didn't care very much. At this moment, when she heard the ridicule of Lord Lingyuan, the old woman couldn't help laughing. Shenlin smiled and said, it's still early, you continue to chat. It is always good to boast more and less harm people between words. Then he turned his head and said to the old woman, Lu Lizzie, talk to you about something by the way. After walking out of this scribbling corridor, the old mother asked, the master is still worried about the name of the dojo? Shenlin nodded and said, it's not a problem to drag it all the time. Long Tingho has already thought of a name, and after submitting it to the Confucian temple, the news seems to have passed. Like the Aquarius Island in the south, Dadu Changchun Ho Yanghua is a mansion with 2 plaques, Changchun Ho Mansion and Bixiao Palace. One is the official gate of the Confucian temple, and the other is the Keifu Taoist temple of the gods. Chidu Liliho, an old Jiao from Fengshui Cave, had his old priesthood as the head of the Qiantang. They were ridden by 2 mountain leaders from Guanhu Academy of Linlu Academy. Only on the side of Lingyuan Gongshui Mansion, there has been no eyebrows. Shenlin was lucky at first, and wanted to exist with that person to see if he could ask for a name, but at the beginning of the construction of the mansion, Shenlin had flew quietly. Jian Chuan believed in Lion Peak, and then it was like a mud cow entering the sea, and there was no more. It was obvious that the other party was not willing to pay attention to him at all, and Shenlin would no longer dare to disturb the other party's clean repair. There is another way, like Cheng Chunhao and Lianlihu, to seek fame from the head of the mountain of Benzhou Academy. If you have a friendship and a way out at the Zhongte Confucian Temple, please help those who study the palace to worship wine and work. Of course it is better, but not to mention the Confucian Temple, the head and deputy heads of Luzhou Yufu College in Beiju, there is no incense. After all, helping with a name is not a trivial matter of simply giving 2 words. Want one for yourself? Shenlin really didn't think he was much better than Li Yuan in naming. Shenlin rubbed his eyebrows. It was indeed a headache. The matter was not small, and he was too anxious. How could he not worry and couldn't help but sighed. Lu Lizzie, you and Deputy Chief Zhao of Yufu Academy, you still know each other. Find an opportunity to pay a visit and see if you can invite him to the Water Mansion. There is no need to mention the name. The embarrassment of this kind of thing is that the other party agreed, earnestly helped to choose a name, and took out a picture of calligraphy. In case I don't like it in my heart, I feel that the name is not in agreement with the Shuifu Avenue, is it not the other party? Face. The old woman nodded and said, I know the importance and disadvantages, and the owner is a little relieved. I believe that with the feng shui path of our water house, the boat will go straight to the bridge head. Shenlin Qiangyan smiled and said, I hope so. The old woman left immediately, holding the Shui Mansion token, went to Yufu Academy to pay a visit to Deputy Chief Zhao. Shenlin walked into the boundary of the old Nanchuan water hole. The large and small yamen were mostly goddesses, and there were also men, but the relative number of them was not large. Some of the diligent officials of the Shui Mansion had already taken their seats in their respective public houses before the official hall had been clicked, and began to deal with the affairs at hand. Shenlin went back to his study and hung up a plaque with a book of gold letters, which has a long history. Shenlin said, Tell me, within a month, thank you behind closed doors. As for the opening ceremony of the Zhou family in Dazhuan, I declined it for me. The letter will be written by Bo Lu Si Tsuewan. Send her my official seal. If you have to do something important, don't bother. A personal goddess standing outside the book's house, also serving as the female officer of the seal division of the Water Mansion, said respectfully, Lead the decree. Shenlin waved his sleeves, closed the door, pinched the magic formula with both hands, opened the layers of extremely hidden landscape restrictions, and then his body dissipated and turned into a mysterious picture, like a water map. The golden half of the main vein of Dadu, pale golden rivers, some relatively minor rivers appear silvery white, and the largest number of gray streams. Shenlin quietly came to a secret place in the Nanchuan hole. It was Shenlin's true Taoist place. It was equivalent to the ancestor hall of the sect on the mountain. It was also the place where Shenlin's golden body was placed. This fascicle comes from a large sect that has died out. It is one of the sacrificial ritual vessels. There is a very deep water law and Taoist art on the inner wall seal. If it weren't for this, Shenlin, I'm afraid I can't make it to reunite with that supreme. The dojo has a small space, similar to the study outside, but it is a manifestation of the Taoist Xinzhi. It is conceivable that the old master of this conch has reached an incredible level of attainment in Taoism. In the dojo, there was nothing but a purple gold character urn. The purple lingering talisman is as big as a vertical scroll landscape painting, hanging in the void, a string of golden text, shining brightly, is the room of upright and bright. The strands of incense gathered here from the large and small water houses and the Jianghe temples. The essence of the incense on the earth, the stars floating in the house, are floating. Shenlin originally planned to take a break from the busy schedule. Spend a month to harden her golden body. There are many tasks in the water mansion. She does not like to be the shopkeeper like Li Yuan. Shenlin does things more delicately, but she must be personally involved, but Shenlin is not because of her identity. There is the slightest slack in the change. In the final analysis, these gods, tempering the golden body with incense and raising the height of the gods, are the only roots of the great path. Shenlin suddenly noticed something wrong. She immediately stretched out her hand against the center of her eyebrows, and closed her eyes subconsciously. The center of her eyebrows seemed to open a pale golden sky, but Shenlin's original tight heartstrings immediately relaxed a little, and silently collected a stream of water. Law attacking supernatural powers. Shenlin smiled sweetly. He was actually with that daring and uninvited guest. He had a good demeanor and gave a blessing to him, and said softly, "Shenlin, an old man in the Nanchuan Water Palace, has met Mr. Qin." The green-shirt guest in front of him was the foreigner who was called Mr. Qin by Li Lu back then. Shenlin was indeed grateful to him and owed him a lot. Pushing back, if you didn't meet Li Lu, then the two prominent positions of Da De Gong Ho, Shualongzong would definitely support the honor and disgrace Li Yuan, and occupy a place. Then even if you get Duckweed Sword Lake and Li with the support of Kjiangxiu, but with the background of the Chongxian department of the Yuan dynasty, in this kind of thing, he will definitely try his best to support the situ agitation of the Jidu Shangzi Shuizhing, and he still has no chance of winning. But if it were not for this Mr. Qin to travel to the Dragon Palace Cave Sky, Li Lu would not be destined to return to the Dragon Palace Cave Sky, one of the many summer palaces in the past, and he would not help Shenlin to recover his golden body. So this Mr. Qin is absolutely true, she is Shenlin's benefactor. Chen Pingan replied politely, "It's a crime to come uninvited." Shenlin smiled and said, "It will only be brilliant. It's not like Shuizhing Li Yuan." In those years, Shenlin, who was nominally responsible for the wind and rain in the Dragon Palace Cave, was actually the water without a source, while the golden body of Shenlin was a tree without roots. In the Yuan dynasty of the Yuan dynasty, the Chongxian department of Yunshao Palace set up checkpoints to intercept the water transport of Dadu and the weight that flows into the Dragon Palace Cave Sky. It happens to be maintained at an extremely delicate water level, so that Shenlin will not fall into gold due to the exhaustion of water transport. It's bad, but it's also difficult to use water transport to temper, stabilize the golden body, and make up for those gaps in the golden body. It's like waiting to die, waiting for death. Therefore, Chen Pingan, who traveled to the Dragon Palace for the first time, saw Shenlin for the first time, and at that time, the Water Empress had no intention of concealing her true face. Therefore, in the eyes of Chen Pingan at that time, her first feeling was that her face was broken. Like the celadone glaze, countless tiny cracks are horrible. It is the edge of the broken golden body that is about to collapse. It is not an exaggeration to say that the life is hanging by a thread. Shuizhing Li Yuan, serving as Dadu Longting Ho, is a promotion and icing on the cake. But for the goddess of water in the Nanchuan Water Palace, it is a life-saver. After being under the fence for many years, like an angry little daughter-in-law, she finally worked hard to become a mother-in-law. Chen Pingan didn't take a look at this dojo, and asked, "Can I change a place and discuss something with Ling Yuan?" Shenlin smiled without saying anything. "Mr. Chen, you have forgotten that in your dream, the host and guest have already exchanged identities. How can Shenlin lead me?" Chen Pingan explained with a smile, "Duke Ling Yuan only needs to visualize a familiar scene casually." Sure enough, Shenlin thought a little bit, and she was in the study room outside Faluo. It's just that Shenlin quickly discovered the strangeness. The objects that he remembered clearly were colored paintings, and the objects that he had never paid attention to would be black and white. When Shenlin's eyes touched those black and white objects, they turned into painted paintings for a moment, as if they suddenly added a bit of life to them. Shenlin didn't want the difference between the host and the guest, so he moved 2 chairs, and Chen Pingan pulled the green robe and long coat lightly, and sat in a precarious manner. Shenlin said, "Mr. Chen, just call him by name with me." Chen Pingan nodded and said, "Then call Ling Yuangong to be Mrs. Shen." "I heard that it was the incense stick." Of course, Shenlin knew about it. The most important thing was that as a person who respected incense, he had to have the so-called sincerity, and he couldn't fake it at all. Otherwise, this fragrant stick is easy to ignite, but the heart incense that maintains the incense is destined to fail to ignite. It's just that on Shenlin's side, there is no problem. "I really hate that monk Tong Yezhou, but since Mr. Chen's next sect is established in Tong Yezhou, how difficult it is to be sincere. Think of it as paying homage to Xian's father far away." As for the merit, Shenlin first declined. Seeing Mr. Chen insist, he became angry. Chen Pingan continued to know the reason. Shenlin moved with affection, his face was sad, and when Chen Pingan continued to formulate the words, Shenlin became angry. Eyes flushed and there were faint tears, saying, "Mr. Chen, did you deliberately trap me in a place of injustice, or did you say that in Mr. Chen's heart, from beginning to end, I felt that Shenlin was the ungrateful person?" Chen Pingan had to withdraw his words and had to apologize to Madame Shen. As a result, Shenlin smiled suddenly and began to stretch out his thumb to wipe the tears from the corners of his eyes. Chen Pingan took out a copy from his sleeve and handed it to Shenlin, explaining, "It can barely be regarded as a supplementary gift to congratulate Mrs. Shen on serving as Ling Yuangong, but I must be selfish." As a result, Shenlin turned the page of the booklet and said in surprise, "Is that the golden rule of the land and water dojo?" Chen Pingan nodded and said, "I met a real person who has attained Taoism in Tonggishao before and asked for some knowledge. The old real person gave it to sect master's son in the name of Lingyuan Water Mansion." Shenlin's so-called golden rules and jade rules are Taoist rituals, and they are veritable gold and jade good words. They are old rules that can't be bought with the god's money. The ritual book of Taoist opening altar rituals is roughly divided into rituals for praying for blessings, eliminating disasters and relieving evil, and rewarding gods and giving thanks, as well as those about recommending sacred spirits, prescriptions for saving lives, and giving food. In a fair ritual. Among them, Daibin is the most precious. As the saying goes, it is like this. According to the script, the emperor of the northern Jin dynasty, like Tong Yezhou, who worshipped Buddhism, worked Daibin and tried to restore the old system. Before, Chen Pingan was on the banks of the Oran River, walking along with Liang Shuang, the great celestial master of Longhu Mountain, and he was not a rush. In addition to consulting the old man about the unique rituals of Longhu Mountain, he also talked about the Zhaijiao of the Water Dragon sect. For one thing, on the 10th day of October and the 15th of October every year in Longgong Cave, there will be 2 sacrifices that follow the ancient rituals. According to different years, there are gold urns, jade urns, and yellow urns. So the old man can't help but ridicule, "You kid, put the wool here." Shenlin hesitated and asked, "Why didn't Mr. Chen give this thing to Long Tingho and let him transfer it to Sun Jia or Shao Jingji for help? This is a great favor. The sect on the mountain attaches the greatest importance to the benefits of such a long stream. If talking about personal friendship, of course Mr. Chen is better with Li Yuan." Before today, how many words did Mr. Chen say to himself? Only a handful. Shenlin didn't suspect that Chen Pingan had any intentions against his spiritual source Water Mansion or against himself. Mr. Chen Jiu a breeze, gentleman magnanimous, how bright and clear. Chen Pingan explained with a smile, "Li Yuan can't hide his words. Once he's high, he's easy to talk to people. He will dig out any truthful words. It didn't matter before, but now it's all long ting ho, you still have to pay attention, Li Yuan. The threshold for making friends is high, and there are only a few to count. I took out this copy at once. It is easy to cause unnecessary misunderstandings on the water dragon sect. If I am replaced by me, I will also suspect that Li Yuan served as a water maker in the early years. During the long years, it is clear that there is this ceremonial script, why hasn't it been taken out? This is human nature, no wonder sect master Sun and the others think so much. Shenlin nodded, Mr. Chen's move is indeed mature and serious. Chen Pingon continued, but on Mrs. Shen's side, you don't need to be so restrained. Nowadays, there are strange people and strangers in Lingyuan Palace. It can be completely explained as someone's old possessions from a certain place, and then Mrs. Shen the wisdom eye knows the pearl, so it is only today that it can be regarded as seeing the sun again, and gifting it to the water dragon sect is naturally the meaning of the question. Shenlin pursed his mouth and laughed, overwhelmed with joy. He finally did not laugh, and said softly, there is another reason. Only then will it be hidden and tucked away. Chen Pingon smiled and said, this kind of truth, I am a guest, and it is inappropriate. Shenlin smiled like a flower. Thinking back that year, when they first met, the young man was carrying an oil paper umbrella in his hand, his eyes were bright, like lights in the rain. Chen Pingon said, helping others is helping oneself. Shenlin nodded. Earlier, Mr. Chen said that he was selfish. Of course, Shenlin knew very well, because Li Yuan would help this brother of the handle every year. Chen Pingon bought the Fushui Island in Longgong Cave at a very low price. Nowadays, it is a kind of good beginning, good ending and good beginning. Chen Pingon was about to stand up and leave. Shenlin suddenly said, to win the crowd will move the sky, and good intentions will prolong the year. Chen Pingon smiled knowingly, stood up and clasped his fists, then I will borrow Mrs. Shen's auspicious words. This is what my husband said. It was the sage's words that were engraved on black paper and white characters and were recited and annotated by countless scholars. Mrs. Shen said these words at the right time. Shenlin followed up and persuaded him to stay and persuade him, Mr. Chen, why bother to come and go like this? It's not just a moment, right? Let me lead the way anyway, and invite Mr. Chen to visit the former site of the Nanchuan Water Palace. Chen Pingon had to say truthfully, it takes a certain amount of merit to spend time in the long river for the long journey in the dream. Shenlin looked puzzled and said, it's only a few steps, I want to lose a lot of money. What's more, on my side, does Mr. Chen consume the merits? Could it be that Mr. Chen decided that I would not accept the merits from the beginning? Chen Pingon felt helpless, so he had to say kind words, then it is better to be respectful than fate. Madame Shen and Zhu Quan, the sect master of Pai Ma sect, seem to have two completely different personalities, but they are generally powerful. Of course, what makes Chen Pingon as big as a dustpan is a certain female sword fairy from Ai Aizhou. After that, Chen Pingon followed Shenlin, and both sides walked in the water palace where the truth is unpredictable, and the truth is easily confused. The distance between the shoulders of both sides is just enough to accommodate one person. Shenlin found it interesting. She had heard some news from the mountain before that this young hermit was often locked out by Ning Yao for drinking during the years when she was the second shopkeeper, and squatted overnight to deal with the past. And there is no temper at all. Is that Ning Jianxian really that amazing? No wonder she can become the world's #1 person in Wucai world, and it is indeed not without reason. According to the ritual system of the Confucian Temple, the green glazed tiles can be used in the House of Lords, in Dadu of the Five Mountains. Compared with Li Yuan's Longting House mansion, the two occupies roughly the same size, but here is a bit crude. Of course, Li Yuan was not at all polite to give a large sum of immortal money to help build the Ho mansion. Moreover, in the private of Water Dragon sect, he also got the private instruction of Shenlin. First consider Longting's side. As for my own side, I don't need to take care of Water Dragon sect. However, in the end, the Water Dragon sect, who breathed a sigh of relief, still invests here. A lot of manpower and material resources, money is not much, and there is always no shortage of genealogical monks who hold a personal field. Fortunately, the old Nanchuan Water Hall has been moved out of the Dragon Palace Cave Sky, which can be used as the hub of the divisions, and the big huts have been opened up as the divisions of the divisions. The mansion of Da De Gong Ho is no different from a small imperial court, with many government offices. According to the ritual system prescribed by the Confucian Temple, there are generally 16 divisions. The number has increased or decreased slightly, but it is not a big problem. Although the official ranks of Lord Lingyuan and Ho Longting are on the Golden and Jade genealogy of the Confucian Temple, they are similar, but there are still some differences. For example, Shenlin can build 2 temples and have 2 Shuaijing responsible for incense. Li Yuan has only 1 quota. In addition to the number of Jiangshui Jingshin under his jurisdiction, Lingyuan Gongfu is also 20% more than Longting Haofu. As for Hebo, there is no fixed number, just look at the number of tributaries. Depends. When Shenlin walked near the incense department, he asked softly, "Mr. Qin has any suggestions for the 2 candidates for the temple blasphemy?" Chen Pingan shook his head. "I have visited Luzhou in Beiju twice before, and I didn't deal much with the mountains and rivers along the way. Nowadays, the many mountains and rivers along the way, formerly under the jurisdiction of the courts of various countries, are now equivalent to 2 more bosses out of thin air." However, compared to Li Yuan's single appointment, Shenlin took away a batch of narcissus and ghosts from Longgong Dongtian in addition to the goddess of the Nanchuan Water Palace. In addition, Shenlin also enlisted a considerable number of monks in the middle 5 realms, as well as the water spirits who voluntarily rushed in. Just like the teacher of the ceremonial department next to him, she is the best example. Nowadays, there are a total of 18 government bureaus in the Lingyuan Water House, which are well organized and perform their respective duties. In terms of management, a few Li Yuans together may not be better than one Shenlin. After all, Li Yuan is accustomed to the loneliness. It is the kind who can lie down and enjoy the blessing and never sit and doze off. Shenlin is a well-known housekeeper. In the past, there was only one Nanchuan water hall in Longgong Cave. It is difficult for a clever woman to cook without rice. Today is different from the past. Every time I go out to inspect the jurisdiction, the honor is strict and powerful. When he walked to the door of the Qing Confession Division, Shenlin looked a little bit embarrassed. A group of female officials in the house are reconfirming a list. It turns out that any river righteous in the world has a day of enlightenment every year, which is similar to the birthday of a vulgar sun under the mountain. It's just that the general landscape gods and those with low ranks don't account for this. They won't run wildly. At most, there are more incense from the world in their respective temples. Otherwise, who can do it once a year? The neighborhoods of Shanshui officialdom are just like the money exchanges between the people at the foot of the mountain, but they all have to pay attention to the exchange of courtesy, so there is an unwritten rule, which is mostly done by jiazi, or simply ignored. However, a great sacrilege like Shenlin, who had been in office for a few years, could not help her to be simple. And Shenlin's Enlightenment Day happens to be this month, so in recent years, the leader of the female officials of the Qing dynasty secretary has been busy at the end of each year. Not to mention hospitality, just accept and count gifts, or say tribute is a veritable vast project. The imperial courts of various countries, the tycoons of aristocrats, the large and small sects and fairy houses on the mountains, the land of the gods of rivers and waters and the gods of the mountains in the jurisdiction, and the city temples of the counties and counties of Najo. Those pots of sky-high-priced orchids from Lanfang Kingdom, eagle falcons carefully produced by Jin Fei Kingdom, and several koi carps from Jinlin Palace, as well as those of Chunlapu and the Great Seal Dynasty. Which gifts need to be returned in the future, and what kind of gifts need to be returned, which only need to be recorded in the book, and then divided into categories. Each and the previous gifts are filed, and they need to be finalized by the clearing and offering department one by one. Negotiation, no mistakes can be made. It was the first time for Chen Pingan to travel to Beiju Luzhou. After leaving the Skeleton Beach, he walked through the front lines of Lanfang Country and Jin Fei Country, and finally reached Chunlu Garden, and then met our Lu Dijiuxian by chance. I remember that the country of Lanfang is prosperous in commerce, so women who married as merchant wives would often throw money in the water to ask for good or bad luck. And let it go, swept the country. Whenever there is drought or flood, I like to vent my anger with the Paper Dragon King. To the north of Chunlapu, there are dozens of countries including the Great Seal Dynasty. Since ancient times, they have been advocating martial arts, with sturdy folk customs, and martial arts rampant. There are scenes of beating the martial arts on a mountain. It is estimated that in the entire Hauran world, they are unique. The poor Jinlin Palace, the Yuanying old god, is miserable. Every time the disciple travels down the mountain, he suffers from a sap and a quilt. Sack, it's not a joke. Shaking Shanquan, Senior Guyu. He used to be an old housekeeper in a villa under the pseudonym Qiu Fingjia. In the end, they questioned each other with the sword fairy Jiue of Yuanqi Mountain. I heard that Emperor Zhou's personal obedience of the Great Seal was a woman martial artist who used a sword. Originally, she was considered to have reached the end of the road when she entered the far travel state, but unexpectedly, she was among the top of the mountain. In the Department of Construction, there is a young servant of the Ministry of Industry of the Oriole State, who is talking with relevant officials here. I heard that Lord Lingyuan had just returned from a tour of the mansion, but he announced that he had closed doors and thanked the guests. It's a pity that I wanted to meet her, it's always good, I didn't dare to expect more. As Jida's entrance to the sea, the Green Oriole took the initiative to take care of things over the years, and did not say hello to Lingyuan Gong's mansion, so he began to start construction, to open a station for Shenlin to patrol the Dadu. Within a few years, Green Orioles not only emptied the treasury of gold and silver, but also borrowed externally, which is probably an astronomical figure. Of course, Shenlin didn't want the Green Orioles to spend money like this. It's just that the Green Orioles themselves don't cry out for poverty. They keep saying that the treasury is surplus. There is no problem. When the female officials of the construction division visit the Green Orioles, with the will of Ling Yuangong, all the expenses are still only reported to the Water Mansion. The low price of this act of swollen face and fat man made Shenlin dumbfounded, so he had to once again put down a stern decree, not to give the Green Oriole Imperial Court any chance of wrangling. The follow-up project, which was just over half of the time, had to be handed over to the water. The Department of Construction of the palace takes over, otherwise it will be so deserted. Whoever wants to settle in it in the future, you Green Oriole Kingdom can figure it out by yourself. On the side of the Department of Etiquette, officials are a little embarrassed right now. Because the grandmother Lu Lizzie, who was in charge, had just left the Water Mansion, Lord Lingyuan thanked the guests behind closed doors, but at noon today, 2 distinguished guests will soon arrive. Shenlin smiled and said, "These interpersonal relationships are really tiring." Chen Pingan nodded and said, "I have a deep understanding." Shenlin asked, "Does Mr. Chen have a knack for dealing with such things?" The reputation of Luopa Mountain on the mountain south of Beiju Luzhou is excellent. Chen Pingan shook his head and smiled, "I can only tell myself one thing, whether it is okay to get rid of the heart, or to get rid of the heart, you should always do one of the things, don't just leave it alone. After a moment of silence, Chen Pingon held back a smile. Actually, there are shortcuts. Just find a competent butler, and you can rest assured to be your own shopkeeper. Shen Lin shook his head. I can't learn. In the past few years, guests from Lingyuan Gongshui Mansion can be said to be in an endless stream, and there are busy traffic all year round outside the door, but in a few years, the situation is expected to improve a bit. After visiting the offices of the government, Chen Pingon stopped, and Shen Lin said, "The next time Mr. Chen travels to Luzhou in Beiju, you must come here as a guest no matter what happens." Chen Pingon folded his hands and clasped his fists with a smile. "Sure." Shen Lin said bluntly, "Mr. Chen, I have something to save." Chen Pingon smiled and said, "No problem, I can send a letter to Mr." In fact, Chen Pingon had guessed it a long time ago. It was the name given by the plaque, so it was really considered that Shen Lin had found the right person. Not to mention one plaque, that is, 10 plaques. With the knowledge of my husband, he can also help Lingyuan Gongshui Mansion. However, Shen Lin looked embarrassed and said, "How dare you trouble the sage master, can Mr. Chen himself?" Chen Pingon laughed blankly. "Madam Shin, you really thought out that such a big thing, how could it be so sloppy?" Waved his hand quickly, "The name is really not my good point." With a playful expression on his face, Shen Lin stroked his temples, and said with a soft smile, "Chen Lingjun didn't say that back then." Chen Pingon shook his head. Shen Lin took a deep breath and had to sacrifice his assassin. He bit his scalp and said, "Maybe Mr. Chen is still not clear. I have been behind the scenes abbot of the Jin and Jade Dojo in the Dragon Palace Cave. If it were not a last resort, how could Shen Lin take the initiative to say this kind of thing?" She really hoped that Mr. Chen could leave a piece of calligraphy, so she had to make a move. Chen Pingon looked complacent and was silent for a moment. When Shen Lin couldn't help but change his mouth, Chen Pingon nodded and smiled, "Then I will show my ugliness." Back to Shen Lin's study. Chen Pingon shook his wrist, and a bucket pen appeared out of thin air in his hand. He poked it lightly. The bucket pen in his hand seemed to be dipped in thick ink, but the ink was golden. Calligraphy is more difficult than lowercase, so it is even more difficult to write a good list. After concentrating for a moment, Chen Pingon said, "If you don't adopt this name, Mrs. Shen doesn't have to bear any burdens. It's just a small pen for correspondence." Madam Shen was relieved and nodded and said, "Of course there is no problem." Chen Pingon held a pen in his left hand, put his right fingers together, and lightly swiped it. A piece of semi-cooked snow-white rice paper was spread out in front of him. "Finally write 3 characters, Dio Palace." Taken from the phrase, German Tianyu. The German travels in the sky, the autumn moon and the cold river. The day asks the moon to learn, the traveler goes to the hometown. It also implies that the water of great blasphemy, the stream is endless, only the merits are stable, like the lotus out of the cement, it can be used as a place of peace of mind. Shen Lin was attentive, watching the strokes on the paper. The words are like a dragon going out to sea, magnificent. Chen Pingon put away the pen, shook his sleeves, and clasped his fists to bid farewell. Shen Lin was actually dull and speechless. When Chen Pingon had quietly left, the Lingyuan father also forgot to say goodbye. After returning to his senses for a long time, Shen Lin was like a treasure, only to find that there was no green shirt in the study. The next moment, Shen Lin returned to the dojo. "Place yourself in that upright and bright room." Shen Lin stood in the void, just like the hibiscus in the distant mountains, standing tall and graceful. Tomorrow is Lichuan. It's just that Shen Lin is like a spring breeze today. The Tsangyan Lake in Yinping country is not far from the Zhejiaking, and it governs one lake, 3 rivers, and 2 canals. Huju and In Ho, who wears a purple robe, has converged a lot in recent years. Although the Confucian temple had promulgated the golden jade genealogy ranks of the landscape gods before, the Tsangyan Lake did not rise, but In Ho was still open, and it was not better than that. More than that, when you are not happy, just think about Huanghua City and Baodong Wonderland, and you will feel relieved. Iron-struck hills, fairy masters with flowing water. Back then, the crossing river dragon was a guy who claimed to be a good man of Qin. It was called a city palace deep, cruel and cruel. At that time, beside the young Jianxian, there was also Diyu who seemed to be an acquaintance of the gangster, the soldier monk of the Ghost Axe Palace. Tsangyan Lake had kicked an iron plate, and In Ho would vaguely feel a little bit of toe pain at this moment. Otherwise, In Hogui is a big lake water monarch. Wherever he needs to go, he would take the initiative to drink with the little fire temple in Suijiaking. Just like a Beijing Liubu Longguan who was born in Qing Lujingtu, do he need to be brothers and sisters to a local county grandfather. Today, while In Ho was practicing, he planned to go out and relax, but he stumbled into the secret of the mountain and water of the monk on the top of the mountain. As a result, I looked intently and saw a smiling acquaintance. In Ho immediately saluted. In Ho pays homage to Qin Jianxian. With only a few words from Qin Jianxian, Huju and In Ho categorically said, "What if Jianxian said to do, Tsangyan Lake Dragon Palace will do it." It's the old saying of the year without changing a word. Common speech, 2 minds. Last time it was forced by the situation, like a knife on the neck, I had to follow it. The 2 sides fought wits and bravely, fighting methods and asking swords, and both lost to this city mansion's deep and cruel foreign sword fairy. Tsangyan Lake is not miserable, especially those confidants who have been folded on their own site. This makes Tsangyan Lake become a clean place where people can live from the crowd. The fairy masters on the hills from a dozen countries around Tsangyan Lake, who would dare to come here for a drink again. Does it have a few more lives than the average person? I promised to be so refreshed, but seeing that the sword fairy in Qingshan showed no sign of leaving, In Ho felt bitter in his heart. With our friendship, wouldn't it be possible to sit down and change the cup? Is it possible that something is wrong with me? This extremely difficult guy has come to settle accounts again. For example, was Duye's visit last time? The problem is that In Ho thought he was very benevolent and righteous, and he couldn't help Du sincerely. He wasn't the direct descendant of the big sect, let alone Shanzi Yeshio, who provoked Kaiang Linzong. Where can he go? You sword immortal, if the teacher asks for a crime today because of this incident, then I'll have to crane my neck and do whatever you want. Anyway, as long as you don't kill me, I'll go to Yufu Academy. While shouting injustice, beg for justice. Chen Pingan was like dragging a lake prince, walking side by side in the familiar dragon palace at the bottom of the lake, and then quickly came to the surface of the water. Lingbo flew across to the once dilapidated Narcissus temple. As for the incense sticks, in many cases, that kind of fear from the heart also brings sincerity. Chen Pingan smiled casually and asked, "Now Hujin's Dragon Palace chief officer must have changed a lot of new faces." In Ho carefully chewed the aftertaste of this sentence. Is the other party sprinkling salt on the wound? Can't. I am honored to be able to talk a few words with Qin Jianxian. A passerby who is willing to take down the tribulation of the city with the car, and a guy who is like a sitting on a high chair in Tsangyan Lake. What a daunting monster. In Ho was cautious and nodded. Now the new owner of Zhaoxi River, she was a very virgin woman before her death. If Qin Jianxian doesn't believe it, she only needs to change her way and see the current landscape and weather in the Zhao River. As for the other channel owner who had not succeeded but failed, it didn't matter if he didn't mention it, anyway, both he and Qin Jianxian knew the bottom line. But it's strange to say that in the early years there were two Narcissus temples. One was like a prosperous high-ranking family with a crowd of friends all the year round. The other was so miserable that it couldn't be more miserable. Even the painted statues in the temple couldn't bear the gold of the canal's owner. Body. On the contrary, it is such a stupid ant who has not enough brains. Among the many river gods and Narcissus in Sangyan Lake, it is the only one who has been a blessing in disguise. Lacquered in gold. It was the infinitely beautiful Zhaoxi who took the post of the canal master. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Of course I can trust Lord Yinhu." Before I went to the Dragon Palace, I had already seen the scenery of the brand new Narcissus Temple. After changing the owner, the weather was indeed refreshed. It was still the plaque of a long flow of green water. Advise him not to fall into the eyes of the money too much and not get out, and stay aligned to meet in the future. Otherwise, it is estimated that the temple plaque has now been replaced. Now that Algae Creek, the bottom of the algae grows densely, each branch is several feet long, beautiful as a phoenix tail, the creek is clear and bottomless, drifting with the current, and it is lovely. And the stream next to the road at the foot, although not comparable to Zao Creek, has changed a lot. The two banks are no longer the bleak scene of overgrown weeds. The cobblestone roads are flat and clean. The carriage passed, but the ancestral temple of the canal was only a few tens of miles away from the city, and the incense would be decayed, so that even the statues in the ancestral temple could not carry the divine light, and could only be on the side of the water house. Every year, the east wall was demolished to make up for the west wall, borrowing money to survive, saying that it is not difficult to borrow and repay. She has accumulated years of old accounts, but it is her ability to use incense. Chen Pingan asked, "Is her cup from Qingdizong?" Yin Ho nodded and said, "Chen Jianxian has a good eye. This thing is indeed one of the ritual tools of the Qingdizong in the early days." Chen Pingan ridiculed. As a result, the Empress of the Channel Master used it to carry the ecstasy soup and attached to the peach blossom look. Yin Hao's face suddenly became embarrassed. Arriving outside the Narcissus Temple, and unable to pass through the door, Chen Pingan and Yin Ho shrank the mountains and rivers together. In a flash, the two sides came to an old road near Sangyan Lake. Chen Pingan walked in the mountains and asked, "According to the geographical map of the local county chronicles, this place seems to be called Dashishin. Is there any pointy tail nearby?" Yin Ho became more uncertain about what this guy was going to do, so he could only nod his head and said, "Chen Jianxian is not too expensive to forget things at all." Chen Pingan had an extra hiking stick in his hand, poked it lightly, and joked, "Sloppy is really not suitable for Lord Yinhu. Next, let's not mess with each other." Ascending to the top of the mountain, Chen Pingan looked around and saw the White Sword waterfall in the distance, a white water, hanging upside down like a sword. There is a hill nearby that is rich in china clay, and the porcelain is burned out, which can be shipped along the Zao Creek and sold to various places by water. Yin Ho asked tentatively, "Did Chen Jianxian ever go to Suyanzong?" This extremely quiet questioning sword has already spread to Luzhou in Beiju. Lu Jinglong, the young lord of the Taihui Jianzong, and an unknown sword fairy surnamed Xin climbed the mountain to raise Yunfeng, and demolished the patriarch hall with a profound sect. The essence of the immortal way, even though he sacrificed a mirror at the bottom of the box, he still failed to take over Lu Jinglong's questioning sword, and now he obediently retreats to recuperate. But for some reason, it didn't take long before Suyunzong Yangke went down the mountain in person, and he actually signed an alliance with Taihui Jianzong on his own initiative, and he assumed himself as a hilltop half of the vassal. Chen Pingan laughed at himself. If good things don't go out, bad things will spread for thousands of miles. Just as Yin Ho was about to say something, he suddenly remembered Chen Jiangxian's previous reminder, and stopped talking again, swallowing back those really disgusting words. Yin Ho asked again, so Cheonglin Zong Pao Shi Tang. A little later than Suyunzong, there was another change in Cheonglin Zongzu Shi Tang, but the relative momentum was not big. Kaiyanglinzong spared no effort to cover up the matter, but Kaiyanglinzong's reputation on Luzhou Mountain in Beiju is well known and friends are all over the place. How can there be no one to help speak righteously in a continent of mountains and rivers? Although it is still a mystery who did it in the end, the only thing that can be determined is what the sword repair did. For example, in the Duckweed Sword Lake, a newspaper was published, using a phrase that monks from a certain continent were destined to be dumbfounded, but Luzhou in Beiju was very accustomed to it, saying that since no one admitted that he had taken down the ancestor of Kaiyanglinzong Tang, then our Duckweed Sword Lake had to be splashed with dirty water. Since the explanation is not clear, we will not explain it. The problem is that Cheonglinzong has never provoked Duckweed Sword Lake, and he has never even suspected Li Kai. What dirty water is splashed? What exactly are you, the sword fairy, explaining? The reason why Yin Ho had this idea was that Du Yu, who was a guest at his own dragon palace, said frankly that he had provoked Cheonglinzong. A few days after Du Yu left Sangyan Lake, Cheonglinzong suffered such a disaster. Is there such a coincidence in the world? Chen Ping'an angrily smiled and said, "Can this be counted on me? It's that Lu Jinglong, Rong Chang and Lu Jiqing joined forces with Lu Jiqing, and it's my business." Chen Pingan turned his head and looked at the Zhaoxi temple. There was a handsome young boy standing on a raised eaves with a yellow bamboo flute tied around his waist. He Lu from Huanghua City, and Yan Qing from the Baodong Wonderland, the Golden Boy and Jade the Mountain. He Lu, Yan Qing. The length of life in the Song of Wine, for example, how bitter the morning dew goes. Haiyan Qingping. They are all good names, put together, like a destined aphorism. Afterwards, the 9 children who were taken out of the Great Wall of Sword Chi were also the little fat man Qing Chaolu and Na Higu. With that, fortunately safe, see the sun again, the rest will be exposed first. There is still that, the world of perfect peace, the law is like the dew of the morning, and the simplicity is not scattered. Probably this is the so-called no coincidence. Chen Pingan returned to his senses and said, Sangyan Lake did not kill Du Yu before, but did something within his power. Jun Yin Hu is still very kind. Yin Hao's smile was far-fetched, but it didn't sound like a good thing. Then listen to good things. Yin Ho asked heartily, "Can you ask Chen Jianxian for his real name? It's not a problem that I'm always so worried." The sword fairy in Qingshan actually reported his name and hometown. The real name is Chen Pingan, from Lizhu Cave Sky. Yin Ho was shocked in an instant. He was shocked. His heart was like a stormy sea. He swallowed and hesitated, and said vaguely, "Mr. Chen is the close disciple of Master Wenxing." Yin Ho deliberately did not mention the more shocking sword repair identity. Chen Pingan smiled knowingly and nodded, "Of course it is." This guy Yin Ho is reminding himself that you, Chen Pingan, are an upright Confucian child, with a Taoist culture, a scholar, a little master, don't beat and kill at every turn, insulting gentleman. Chen Pingan held a trekking stick, turned his head and smiled and asked, "Even you have heard of the Lizhu Cave Sky?" Yin Ho nodded and said, "Of course." Nowadays, in the vast world, who would not know the little cave sky that had been broken and landed a long time ago? Ma Kushuan, Lu Xianying, Gu Kan. These younger monks all came from the Lizhu Cave Sky that seemed to be the size of a palm. Among them, there is Chen Pingan, the hidden official, who liked to get a pearl in the exploration of Li, and the rest of the same age are like each with their scales. In short, they are all first-class handsome men in the world. Chen Pingan's face was calm, and he looked south, as if his sight could cross the sea, spreading to Aquarius Island, Dai Dynasty, and Old Longzhou in the south. In an instant, the green shirt was no longer seen on the top of the mountain. Yin Ho immediately returned to the Dragon Palace of Tsangyan Lake, only to feel that he was going around the Guimen Pass for a while, and he was left with lingering fears for the rest of his life. Only a moment later, Yin Ho whispered, "I used to fight him back and forth. If it is spread out, would it be worth it?" Huang Ting had already practiced his sword at the Mi Xifeng mansion. Mountain lay on the railing and continued to look at the scenery. Suddenly, a look was in a trance, the smoke and water was hazy, and gradually disappeared, and he was still sitting in the shop of Mok Xiandu. Yuangshan sneered, turned his head and looked around, only to see the green shirt man wearing a hat and drape, came to visit the shop again, gently took off the bamboo hat, shook the rain outside the door, laughed, said, "Dao fellow Mountain, we have met again. How are we in Xiandu Mountain?" Yu Jishan said solemnly, "Chen Shanju, good way." The King Shank smiled and said, "Don't be nervous, I just want to ask for something with Daoist Mountain. If you agree or not, don't force it. Since Chen Jianxian is in Xiandu Mountain, why should he be so sneaky? It can be discussed in person. Actually, I am not in the mountains at the moment. If there is something offended, I still look at Haihan. Don't dare, how can I dare? The Taoists of Mountain are all going to be the masters of Taiping Mountain to worship the monks, so why are they so unassuming?" After talking about business matters, Yu Jishan was very curious, how to do it. Sincere is spirit. Can you teach, can you learn? Easy to learn but difficult to teach. After that, it was also Mi Xifeng, and Chen Pingan found the old Chiu who had the pseudonym Chiu Du. A cultivator wants to gain the Tao, regardless of his or her aptitude, unless there are a few exceptions, they can't escape the word diligence. Chiu Du was breathing out at the moment, and after opening his eyes, he hurriedly got up to salute, "I have seen Lord Qin Shan." After leaving Xiandu Mountain, Chen Pingan went to Bio Palace to find the goddess buried in the river. It didn't seem like she was going to talk about business. Instead, she ate a meal of genuine fish noodles, not pickled fish. Raising one leg and stepping on the bench, the goddess of water rolled up a large chopstick's noodles, blew her breath, and asked, "Little master, when did you call your brother Jun Qian? You two will come together as a guest." Chen Pingan smiled and nodded, "No problem." Lu Rose sincerely exclaimed, "Little master is getting more and more spicy. Next time I will ask old Lu to add 2 more dried chilies." Chen Pingan said helplessly, "I really don't need it." "You're welcome, let alone 2, a basket of dried peppers is worth a few dollars. It's not about money or money." Lion Peak. Li Lu heard Chen Pingan's request and smiled, unconsciously. Mr. Chen has changed a lot, but it's good. But it's just a stick of incense. If the problem is not big, Mr. Chen is worrying too much. Chen Pingan shook his head and said, "If it's for this matter, I won't come to you. It's too much involved. I came to Li Lu to beg for a token. I went to the Land and Water Transportation Co-owner's Mrs. Tan Dan, and she was a good fox. After all, that Lu Shu Pit was once a place for Li Lu to escape the summer heat." Li Lu joked, "Will you find that juvenile guy who can only play tricks?" Chen Pingan shook his head and said, "She's fine. Among the 4 Cs, I only look for Li Yeho." Mrs. Tan Dan, who is named Xingzhong, was approached by Chen Pingan. The 2 sides seemed to be standing on both sides of a border. At first, she hesitated. Obviously she wanted to get rid of 1 or 2 things, mainly because she was worried about Yuli's incompatibility. Eat and hang down at the Confucian temple. Yu Chen Pingan has a Mr. Wenxing Dangna, but I don't have one. There is no one to support him at the Confucian temple. It is very bitter. Only when Chen Pingan took out the token presented by Li Lu, Madame Tantan immediately wailed, with a smile on her face, saying such trivial things, wherever you need a hidden official to visit the humble house, just find someone to give yourself a word. What? Li Yeho, the lord of the South China Sea, agreed without procrastination. Anyway, it was another business. Merit is a thing, the more rare it goes. This is already the consensus of a small group of mountain monks. Chen Pingan didn't care. The hidden officer was wealthy and improper, but Li Yeho paid great attention to it. To say that in case the Confucian temple pursues the blame afterwards, with Chen Pingan's character, he will definitely not shrink back. If you want to come to the kind of deeds that are dead and poor, young hidden officials can't do it. Besides, there are old talents. In the Confucian temple, there is no fear of falling under the sky. The old scholar has never lost a fight. As for the determination and ability to protect the calf, in the Howran world, it seems that you should not compete with the old scholar. It's just that Li Yeho couldn't help but ask the other party a question before Chen Pingan left. Even if you are repairing a continent, why should you rush for a while? Wait until. However, after the word wait was uttered, Li Yeho stopped speaking. I believe Chen Pingan knows what he wants to say. As a result, the guy said, sword practice, do whatever you want, the world is free. Li Yeho helplessly shook his head and waved his hand, indicating that he would not see off the guests. It's hard to say who is the guest and who is the host anyway. His mother's sword repair is just happy. On the side of Yulongzong, Sovereign Nayland Saihuan was in high spirits today. He found Zhanglu Yunqi and threw a jade medal to her. The simplest style of no accident card, not the pros and cons. The Great Wall of Jianqi is sealed on one side, and the world is engraved on the other. It's just that on the Great Wall of Jianqi, in addition to the word hidden official in Xiaozhuan, there is also a number in tiny lower letters. Yunqi was puzzled. This is. Nayland Saihuan smiled and said, I just accepted a direct disciple for Zhongyou. This is his apprenticeship. Yun Qian was slightly annoyed. How could there be such a playful act that he had never seen the other side, so he had one more direct disciple? Nayland Saihuan smiled and said, don't worry, those who have a good aptitude for cultivation, and definitely not a small scorpion. Nayland Saihuan leaned against the chair in the Yunxi room, swaying her legs. If he is a sword repairer, no one will get you. The cloud sign is still easy to talk, holding the jade card in his hand, raising his hand, and asking, are there any specialties? Nayland Saihuan pointed at her, if you practice, you will know practice. If you don't hear the smell of things outside the window, you don't even read the latest news. Yun signed yen and said, occasionally turning over it is because I have seen less. Nayland Saihuan revisited the old story, and chatted with the insider. Back then, in the Chunbanzai conference hall, like the Baishi of the Weipin ferry, Dai Hao of the Taiging of Iazhao, Lu Xin, the owner of the Nishang of Xianjia Island, and the Wuzhong of Lixiazu, Lu Yu and others, these 54 shipowners and stewards from Howran 8 continents have received a small gift from a young hermit, which belongs to those who see it. In addition, the number of Wu Qiu's jade medal is 9, Tang Feiqian's 12, and Lu Xin's 96. In today's awe-inspiring world, people who have good things have counted them. In the end, it seems that they have not collected 99 jade medals, only more than 80. Anyway, it is definitely less than 90. This is because the young hermits did not participate in discussions in person after that. In addition, the number of intercontinental ferry boats to the Downhang Mountain was limited. Together with the Zhongtu Shenzhou, there were only more than 150 and 60 ships, and none of them. Fewer ferry boats will take a trip to the Hanging Mountain every few years or even more than 10 years. It is said that the young hermit drew and engraved characters with his own hands. Each jade plate contained 2 to 3 sword spirits. According to Miyu at the time, it was not valuable, but unique. Really worthless. It's a lie. Jiang Gaotai had taken the initiative to request that the piece in his hand be replaced with 99. It now appears that this Jiang shipowner is really farsighted. It's a pity that it didn't work. And that 1 and 99, the two most special jade metals with numbers, have they ever appeared, and who will get them? No one knows yet. Many jade plaques were given by those ship owners either to the disciples of the closed door, or to a descendant of the family who was expected to shine. We'll let the latter be put away properly, because this jade card, at the critical moment, is a talisman, even a life-saving talisman. The opening ceremony of some Jindan Dixian was used as a ceremonial gift from the Zongmen Zushitang. This thing has occasionally appeared in the world, and then it has been learned by the outside world. The reason for this strange appearance is that the Dragon Elephant Sword sect of Nanpa Suozhou reported a news to the world through the Academy Mansion of the Qin family. The Dragon Elephant Sword sect recognizes both people and brands, but only does not recognize Shantao. The Dragon Elephant Sword sect will consider whether to help solve the trouble and help through a certain difficulty. If it is done, the jade card will be taken back, and it will not be able to help. They'll talk about it later. To put it simply, these jade plaques obtained from the Spring Banner studio in the Fallen Mountain can be passed on from generation to generation, hereditary and irreplaceable. But if these signs fall in the Zongmen and Xianfu, holding the jade card, come and ask the Dragon Elephant Sword sect to do something, sorry, the jade card will leave. After that, Xie Songhua, Song Pin, Pu He, etc., these sword immortals who had been to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, all responded, both as if they were interacting with the Dragon Elephant Sword sect, but also as if they were. After Yunxian knew these truths, he nodded and said, "No wonder it has become so valuable. It is really a life-saving talisman. For Monk Howren, even if he keeps the jade medallion and does not use it, it will be an invisible form to his enemies. Deterrence. It's just that this kind of jade metal doesn't seem to be a special need for you, sect master, right?" Nalan Kai dazzled her eyes and said, "Are you stupid? With this jade metal, Yulongzong really has important matters in the future, such as needing to find a helper, or something that we should not show up so we can go to Lu Ji. Otherwise, it is Song Pin, especially Pu He who has a wild road, let them help cut people." Yinchi suddenly realized, and sighed. Sure enough, he was only a decoration master, and Nalan Saihuan was right to be the lord. Nalan Saihuan turned his head and looked out the window. Back then, that young guy who was in a high position was in the Chumbasai Council, with his cheek in one hand, staring at the goose feather snow outside the door in a daze. Damn it, Nalan Saihuan looked back now. She looked a little bit shit. The first intercontinental ferry to the Downhang Mountain in history was the Pillow Water of Nanpa Suo Chao. The second is a sect named Yunshin in Fuyao, and the ferry is named Pitch. And the third ferry, Tongishis, Tong Umbrella, sank in a shipwreck. There was once a distant memorial service on the Great Wall of Jinchi. Even the sacrificial sword in Luzhou, Beiju, was born here. It's just this, the years are long, the time is too long. If it weren't for the young hidden official, he had eaten and supported him, carefully read every archive book in the shelter of the cold, and then said it personally on the way of the discussion. Otherwise, even Nalan Saihuan would not know. Nalan Saihuan swaggered out of the house. Yunxian continued to practice, and she was suddenly shocked to find that a strange man walked out of the clouds, in a blue shirt and long coat, with a slender figure and a warm expression. Yunxian hurriedly stood up from the futon, and said angrily, "Who are you, dare to venture into Yulongzong? Isn't an ascendant cultivator with profound knowledge of Taoism, how can he possess such incredible supernatural powers? Could it be a certain wild remnant hidden in the vast ocean?" I saw the man in the blue shirt carrying the sword, gently raised his hand, holding a jade sign in his hand, the word ancient seal hidden official, and said with a smile, Sect Master Yunqi, my name is Chen Pingan, I used to be the hidden official of the Great Wall of Jianqi. Yun Xian was extremely surprised, but she still frowned, shook her head and said, how can I prove my identity based on this thing? Do you think fellow Daoist is so foolish? Chen Pingan said, I once asked Chen Ban's Haishao Jianxian to send you a secret letter, so that there is no need to worry about firewood burning in the Green Mountains. He put together and wrote a secret letter out of thin air. The font size, arrangement, fine handwriting, and private seal are all exactly the same. Sign Master Yun exhaled. It turned out that the unmasked Yulongzong in person came here in person. Yun Qian hurriedly saluted. If it weren't for the advice of the person in front of him, then the entire Yulongzong's incense would have been completely cut off. Yunqi asked tentatively, why do the hidden officials show up in this way? Chen Pingan apologized, it's a long story. I will visit Yulongzong in the future to make amends with Sect Master Yunqian. Yulongzong is a place where water transport is condensed. It is like a spring, and even a bit like the separatist rule of a vassal. Likely Yeho, the Lord of the South Sea, cannot completely control the flow of water here. According to the records of the Summer Palace, the origin of Yulongzong is two speculations: either it was the place where the Rain Masters stayed in the world, or it was the place of fall in the battle of ascending to the sky. Yunqi blushed slightly and said, don't dare to hide the hidden officials, I am only the Yulongzong in charge now, and the Lord is Nalan Saiwan. Chen Pingan suddenly said, afterwards, I asked Yun to sign a fellow Daoist to help me talk to Nalan Saiwan. I will come to congratulate her next time. Nalan Saiwan is not profitable and early. However, she came to serve as the sect master of Yulongzong, which is good for both Yulongzong and her. Yulongzong's reputation in the Haoran world is very ordinary now, so the support of Yulongzong by the Confucian Temple after the war is extremely limited. If it is not for the location of the Yulongzong, it is too important, and it is estimated that it will be impossible. Avoidance is gradually going downhill, and there is no sect master with a strong wrist, and it will only become more and more fragrant. Of course, asking the gods is easy and difficult. With Nalan Kaihuan's temperament, it is estimated that she will never give up if she does not sit down on the position of the sovereign. Once the sword repairer enters the fairyland, it is different from other chi practitioners. In addition to tirelessly refining the sword, one is to temper the edge, and the other is to find more certain God-given supernatural powers for the flying sword of the destiny. But in addition, compared with for ordinary mountain monks, Jian Xiu is often not particularly concerned about the opening of mansions and the combination of many natal objects, so ordinary mountain cultivators are among the immortals, especially in the ascendant realm, often opening mansions and refining natal objects. In terms of two things, there is nothing to do at once, but sword repair is not the case. You can free your hands to check the missing and make up for the shortcomings. However, it is not easy for Nalan Saiwan to enter the fairyland. She is not Lu Ji after all. Yun Qian deliberately ignored the word was, and after hearing the explanation from the young hidden official, he immediately agreed. Chen Pingan said, Senior Yun signed, don't worry about agreeing to this matter, it is best to discuss with Nalan Saiwan, after all, it involves the water transport of the sect, which is of great importance. Yun Xian shook his head and said, no, I am the ancestor of Yulongzong's ruler at any rate. I can make a decision on this kind of thing myself. Chen Pingan thanked him and left. Yun Xian wanted to say something but stopped, just raised his hand and put it down. The other party had already traveled far, not to mention that even if the young hidden official stayed for a while, it seemed that he didn't know what to say. For some reason, she lowered her brows and blushed slightly. There are thousands of miles of yellow sand, the top of the hill is bare, almost no grass growing, and it is red. At the foot of a mountain where running water is rare, a small wine shop was opened a few years ago. There is a large wine tank in the shop, selling wine by horns or bowls. The proprietress is a plain lady, Jingchai Sarong, who often visits the wine shop business, just a few old faces, mountain gods, girls the other kind of hippo, the rest, don't come often. They are some strange things that don't make the weather. Many of them are half-finished, and they can barely be regarded as repeat customers. Anyway, in this place where the birds don't shit, they are safe in their practice. According to the master of the mountain god, those who can settle down here, regardless of their origin, are all people with strong Tao heart and extraordinary perseverance. They must be cherished and taken care of. They all think that the woman who sells wine is the concubine of the old mountain god, and at the very least, it is a horrible thing, and she would not dare to make a fuss. Our mountain master is also pitiful. I have heard that other mountain gods are the father of the land, and he can find himself a land lady who is both beautiful, and who is good at holding a family. Even if you don't talk about the beauty of the country, you still have to look at the young. The wine seller likes to read books, but she is the same as the mountain master who likes to recite poems and make fuss and export chapters. And that poor mountain here, who can't beat thunder twice a day every morning and night, visits a volcanic crater. In fact, it is not a rule made by the Confucian temple. It is just that the mountain feels that the heaven is a great responsibility and he must carry the burden. I went to the volcanic crater with trembling for a while, and then I would often go to the wine shop to drink a little wine and be shocked. Nowadays, the liquor store business is a little bit better. No matter how poor it is, you are still a half-hearted trainer. But the wine here doesn't cost immortal money or a few taels of silver, but the 3 wine tables have never been full. The oil stains on the table are never wiped, and business is really dependent on wine. Even the mountain who came here to sit there for a while, only mistaken Yang Ji for a successful cultivating water monk, he was a cave mansion realm. As for those smoky rumors, Master Mountain God jumped with anger. Bah! Lord, am I not so picky? The sun is scorching, at the turn of winter and spring, the heat is still rising like a steamer. The table of guests in the shop is full of spirits, all sweaty, shirtless, drinking, topless, and punching there, and the woman is also completely it didn't matter, she was just reading her own book. She suddenly raised her head and gently closed the book. The woman squinted and smiled. What a rare visitor. The woman picked up an old and yellowed cattail fan on the table, gently fanning the breeze, and the hair on the temples fluttered gently. Come in, but you still have to spend money if you want to drink. A green-shirted guest wearing a hat came slowly in the distance, holding a green bamboo stick, took off the hat, gently placed it on the table, and smiled. The shopkeeper, a bowl of wine. He stood up and held a fan, really stood up, went to bring Chin Pingon a bowl of wine, and put it on the table, but in the wine shop, except for the 2 of them, the rest of the guests seemed to be caught in a long river of stagnant time. Without any doubt, Chin Pingon picked up the white bowl and took a sip of wine. Lu Cha was forcibly left behind by Chin Chunan. In contrast, Yang Ji had to be more aggrieved, and he was first returned to the awe-inspiring Lu Qi from the Qingming world, and he used spells against spells to completely crush the battlefield on the sea. Later, I couldn't see the power, so I had to flee. However, a vice-master of the Confucian temple came and waited for him, and was imprisoned in a volcano that was rumored to have been a Taoist alchemy furnace. This is the land under Chin Pingan's feet. Sitting on the opposite side of the wine table, Yang Ji gently shook the fan. In public and private, the grievances between the 2 sides are not small. On the battlefield, Yang Ji used to twist off the head of a great sword immortal surnamed Yu, who traveled to the wild and hidden his identity for many years. This sword immortal in the hinterland of the wild world, decisively pulled out his sword, wandered around, shattered 2 important supply lines, and was responsible for maintaining the stability of the route. The cultivator of the upper 5 realms of the demon race was so exhausted that he was so exhausted on the side of Jayazakan. Had to let the 2 old throne demon Huang Wan and Yang Ji personally chase this person. On the battlefield, the Summer Palace strictly ordered Jianqiu not to rescue, and this incident may only be because the young hermits and the Summer Palace were too cold-blooded. Not only has Fei Xingcheng talked about it so far, many sword repairmen still have complaints. Even Chen Ping's brought out the 9 sword fairy embryos of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, 2 of them, because of this matter. It is always difficult to care about the last 2 children. I still recognize the master with Yu. Erased the name from the genealogy of the patriarch of Ji Se Peak, and chose to follow the old Lu Xiaozhou Jianqiu to leave Luopa Mountain. In addition, there is Jiashan 10th Sword Xiu Tan, who is regarded as the half-closed disciple of the old master of Yiluo, who is extremely highly regarded by her. What's more, the entire Nantang Lake on the Aquarius Island seemed to have been drunk by this Yangji, resulting in the height of the lake after the war, less than 10% of the year. Chen Pingan asked, "Is it a fine wine from Zhochuan sect? This kind of loss-making business cannot be done by ordinary people." Yang Ji smiled and said, "You can drink all of this. In fact, the mixing of water in the wine is serious, and the aura is thin and almost nothing. In fact, it is no longer what it is to say that it is a mountain fairy. Once, there is not much storage of wine in the things that are nearby." Yang Ji didn't want those customers to drink the aftertaste, then the wine shop would not be able to open. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Don't forget that I am a brewer myself." Yang Ji doubted, "You are drinking in a dream, how can you taste it?" Chen Pingan smiled and did not give an answer. Before going to Yiluo Wuting, passing by Jiquanzong, one stopped drinking there. It is said that both Yangji and Qiyun have taken care of Zhochuan's sect, so that a sect that is not good at fighting can stand for a long time in the wild world. Seeing Chen Pingan not speaking, Yangji didn't bother to ask. It was just a strange technique on the mountain. Yangji and Fei Fei are 2 old throne monsters. The 2 sides used to divide 80% of the barren world's water fortune, just because no one can beat anyone. To put it more accurately, it is nothing more than no one can eat anyone, making both parties fail to become the co-owner of the world. Water transportation naturally cannot be ranked among the 14 realms by this. It is just that in addition to the battle of the avenues on the table, there is actually a more hidden and more dangerous battle. It is not only a battle for water transportation, but also a battle between water and fire. Because Fei Fei's avenues and feet are extremely special, and Fei Fei is a rising star, in fact, a younger generation. When Hei's solution was so simple that it could help both parties change to a larger site, each taking what they need. This is also the only reason why they are willing to follow Tuashan Great Ancestor wholeheartedly to rush to the awe-inspiring world. Yang Ji smiled and said, "I have figured it out now. So-called cultivating is a very boring thing. There was providence in the dark, he was stopped and stayed here, but Fei Fei managed to return to the wild world. In the end, the green shirt in front of him robbed half of the river water transport. Presumably, the fact that Fei Fei entered the 14th realm has become an illusory matter in the foreseeable future. There is no gloating about misfortune in Yangji, but a little bit of pity for the same disease." Chen Pingan held the wine bowl and asked, "Is it because I think it's fixed? It's in vain to work his own." He twitched the corners of his mouth, "Probably so." Chen Pingan caught a glimpse of the book on the table earlier, and asked with a smile, "Can I borrow 1 or 2? Yang stopped playing with the taste. "This is a banned book, is it not a taboo?" Chen Pingan waved his hand and took the book. It was the new book written by Howren Jason. In fact, many Howren monks regretted the former Howren Jiaxing, and even openly raised injustices for him, only to wait for the battle to come before there was no sound. Found that the book had many pages with folded corners, Chen Pingan turned to one of the pages and scanned the content casually. It was the story of the two-headed snake, and there was such a dialogue. Today I saw two snakes on the road, and I feared that I would die without a day. Don't worry, you will cut this thing, and those with een and virtue will reward you with blessing. So in the eyes of Haran Joshing, in the past, what are two snakes? Later, in the eyes of the wild and thorough, what did they regard as the two snakes that stopped the world? Yang Ji smiled and asked, for example? Chen Pingan said, for example, offering sacrifices to ghosts and gods is impolite and insincere. Another example is the sentence, ritualists are forbidden before the general, and the law is forbidden after the past. Another example is the sentence, knowing oneself, there is another saying, change customs and customs, make the world move its heart to the Tao. Look up and look weird. It really is. I thought this young hermit was just a perfunctory remark. Yang Ji put down the pu fan, and poured himself a bowl of wine. I thought you would love the phrase being a child, teaching solidly. Yang Ji raised the wine bowl to the other side, but the other party was indifferent. Yang Ji smiled, and drank with his head up. After drinking, after putting down the wine bowl, he wiped the corners of his mouth. Let's talk about it. When Chen Pingan finished speaking, Yang Ji sneered and said, what's the matter with this? Not to mention that I lit a stick of incense, the essence of water transport. Can I leave this place, and finally flow all the way to Tongyi's How? Even if you agree, what's the point of using it to sew such a big hole with such a little water transport benefit? This is not something you need to consider. Chen Pingan, have you forgotten something? How to say? Since it's a business, what advantage do I deserve? I can still sell wine alive in the future. My lord, do you like to tell jokes so much? I know you know I'm not kidding. He turned his back to cover his mouth and laughed, then stretched his waist. We're talking about it, right? Chen Pingan glanced up and stopped. Her black dragon robe of great immortal military rank used the unique secret technique of Jean Quiching's weaving and refining of the robe. Nowadays, the female cultivator of Kaik Mansion, the reason why everyone turns into a weaver girl, day and night is to a large extent because Chen Pingan asked me to send a robe from Jean Suiching as a sample, and completely demolish it. After the solution, Kaik Mansion's skill in refining the robes stepped up a big step. For the Dai dynasty alone, he ordered more than 1,000 robes from Kaik Mansion in one go. Known as one of the top 10 robes in the world, there is also the feather garment on the second child of Baiyujing Dao, the dragon and tiger mountain master Zhao Tianlai, the chief assistant of the Qingshan dynasty Yao Qing, and the piece of Fuli Yushuan. Dao gowns, purple air, are all in this column. So there is another saying that the world's first-class robes, Dao men account for half. Chen Pingan finally smiled and said, if you don't nod, I am a sword repairman who is not even the Jade Pure realm now, so what can I do? The big deal next time you visit the Central Earth God continent, and bring Xiao Mo here for a drink. Yang Ji sneered and said, it's a good point. This time it was Chen Pingan's turn to have an accident. Yang Ji gritted his teeth and said, the great breath of your body, even if you are separated by hundreds of miles, I can detect it. Bai Zhe must have returned to the wild world. As for that guy, why would he wake up from the bright moon and bright colors and eventually get together with the last hermit of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, God knows. Seeing that Chen Pingan showed signs of leaving, as expected, the wine shop returned to normal in an instant. The mountain god master continued to speak the unfinished words, touched the scene and shook the wine bowl. The chaotic crow crushed the sunset sky, cold flowers are pitiful. The girl at the same table, Hipe, took a sip of her wine and sighed, the hemp rope is specially selected for the details, and bad luck is only for the hard-failed. It is really the strong fortune, the poor are even more bitter. Shanshan couldn't help moving out of his elder's posture, bending his fingers, tapping the wine table lightly. and reminding, "You're young, don't always say some frustrating words that pretend to see the world." It's just that the two sides were almost at the same time, and found that at some point, there was an extra man in a green shirt on the table next to the wine shop. Laozhan and Xiaohipo looked at each other for a while. Are they not land gods? Yang Ji asked in his heart. Chen Ping'an, do another refreshing business. Chen Ping'an was a little strange, and waited for the following. Yang Ji said, "You help me reserve a part of the water transport in the shimmering river. If possible, you can help me and the Confucian temple to explore my breath, and see if I can be allowed to be like the Tao Pavilion and the little stranger next to you. Howren comes to freedom, of course I can swear, no matter what the victory or defeat in the wild world, I am willing to learn from Bai Zhe and stay in Howren for at least 1,000 years. If you agree to these two things, I will teach you one. Spells. To me, it is tasteless, but to you, it can solve the urgent need. Take a step back and say, even if you can't practice this method, the real fire dragon who is lying on the top of the mountain may be an opportunity for the Great Road. Based on this, you have a very good relationship with him." Chen Ping'an smiled and said, "Do you want me to be a guarantor?" Yang stopped and asked, "How?" Chen Ping'an shook his head and said, "It's not very good, we'll talk about it next time." Standing up, Chen Ping'an picked up the hat again and asked, "Why did you give yourself such a pseudonym?" Yang stop. The mountain stand up. Yang Ji hesitated, she raised her finger to the sky. Chen Ping'an became more confused, followed his line of sight, and glanced at the floating sun. She glanced up and stopped again, she looked in a trance, it was not like she was just looking for a guise. Yang Ji sighed, just remembering something, so she needed to stabilize her Tao heart. There is one of the highest in ancient times, sitting in the shadow of the stars, cooking the 4 seas and refining the 5 mountains, the towering fire, and the gods. At the beginning of the practice, Yang Ji was far from getting a certificate of the local immortal, but he had witnessed a tragic and extremely slaying, the so-called Earth Immortal. The life of the Tao was as cheap as an ant. Fortunately, she was even hit by the corpses on the battlefield, standing blankly. The existence left the throne, and finally came to the little girl, bent down, stretched out his hand to hold the ladder's head, and looked at her. "Finally, I said something, little crawler, ugly is a bit ugly." Chen Ping'an withdrew his gaze, put on his hat, and continued to travel far. Sort of coming Chapter 928. Yang Ji suddenly asked in his heart, "Can you let me have a few words with that fellow Taoist?" Chen Ping'an stopped and helped the hat, seeming to be discussing something with others. After a while, a camel bell rang in the distance, and the ancient road on the yellow sand. The camel bell was long. Some people wearing a power fence and a blue robe, led a peak of white camels, and came slowly. The sun hangs in the sky, the earth is roasting, and the light is distorted. The alcoholic drinkers at the table in the shop all turned their eyes and whispered. Holding the camel's arm, showing a white lotus-like wrist, they began to speculate about the woman. "I don't know how old he looks, whether he might be the relatives of the woman who sells wine, how old he is, whether he is married." It was only quickly concealed by another strange scene. In the distance in the air, a car rides across the hills and rushes towards the wine shop. There is a huge patrol. The civil and military officials, the goddess Gong, there must be a small. The 20th character is just like the 8 family patrols in the Gong'an novels, holding a shangfang sword, sounding gongs to clear the way, and subordinates carrying the 2 quiet mountains and quiet, strangers avoiding cards. The biggest difference is that one is on the ground. One is in the sky. Chen Ping'an nodded with Qing Tong, who walked to his side, then raised his gaze, looking up to see a young man in the Huangman Qing Yu car, Feng Yiguiwi, with a white face like jade, and a pair of pale golden eyes, just looking down from the side of the wine shop, just after a glance at the two passers-by, they stopped paying attention and used the lookout technique. They were just a 5-level martial artist and a cave mansion-level female cultivator. Such a pair of mountain priests became the guest of the mountain gong Shinjo, more than enough. It's just that I really can't get into the eyes of my own law. At a large table in the wine shop, the spirits and ghosts stopped yelling, got up and put on clothes. In a hurry, they all took a shirt and put on them indiscriminately. In the end, the thin people hung their clothes and the fat people got tight. The stretched funny scenes are just short of time, and they can't help changing back to their clothes. They have their heads as big as a fight. Who doesn't know that the monarch pays more attention to those polite etiquettes? Just beg you not to fall into trouble because of this shit. The thing was wearing little shoes. The local mountain master and the young girl Hippo had already left the wine table and went outside the shop to greet the boss in the car. As soon as the two sides went in and out, they happened to pass by the man in the blue shirt and hat, and the woman wearing a power fence. Qingtong walked to the wine table, did not take off the power fence, just raised a corner, looked up, and said in a crisp voice, "Look up to fellow Taoists and call me Qingtong." To Qingtong, the blinding technique used by Yang Ji is nothing but a virtual reality. In Tongzhou, Qingtong often sees Yang Zi's figure. It is impossible to say that it is impossible not to envy. In order to drag Luoha the Old Master, one of the 14-throne great demon, commanded the two barren army tents, and the status was still above the Fey concubine. It can be said that the power is in control and the road can be expected. Sit anywhere. Yang Ji took the puff fan in the book and pointed to the bench next to the table, and smiled. As a prisoner, there is nothing to pay attention to hospitality. After Chen Pingon took his seat again, Yang Ji asked, "Did someone forget to pay for the drinks?" Chen Pingon smiled and said, "It's not that this hasn't left yet. It just happens that the new and old accounts are settled together." Yang Ji just pretended not to understand the meaning, turned his head to look at Qingtong, and gently shook the poo fan. On the Great Wall of Jinchi, they said that they would do business with hidden officials. Friendly vision. Qingtong sighed quietly and said frankly, "It's just a last resort. First, I have a fist with Master Hermit, and then a question with Xiao Mo. If she doesn't know anything about it anymore, Master Hermit will take the half of the seat. The Jinchi Great Wall has moved to Tongzhou, so what can I do?" Yang Ji smiled and said, "Wenjian. Xiao Mo." Qingtong thought of the guy who had recovered to his peak state in the town demon tower. His face changed slightly, and he became more helpless. "You have already guessed the identity before, and now following the hermit, you somehow claim to be dead. The name worship of Luopa Mountain is on the side of the Confucian Temple, with an unfamiliar pseudonym, and the Dao name is Shizhu. I usually like to call myself Xiaomo." Yang Ji stopped the fan and asked curiously, "How much better is this guy's swordsmanship compared to 10,000 years ago?" Qingtong smiled bitterly. "What was his swordsmanship at that time? And I don't know the details." Yang Ji nodded. Back then, the person who knew the level of Xiaomo's swordsmanship best, apart from the handful of mountain-top sword repairs, was probably Yang Ji, who was most qualified to make irresponsible remarks. If Xiaomo, a group of ancient demon who has been sleeping for thousands of years, can wake up a few years earlier, and then enter the throne of the Hall of Valor one by one, can you fight side by side with these 14 old thrones? Then in the previous battle, all the wild army accounts only need to be pushed all the way. I dare not say that they will eventually win the profound Middle-earth God continent, but first of all, Nanpasoa Island will not last long. Chenchunan may also have a good reputation. Secondly, Lixiazu, north of Jinjiazu, will only be taken down. The grass on Iazhao will only fall with the wind, especially the Aquarius Island. No matter who is in charge of the situation in Hauran now, you can be sure of one. event. When the war is over, it will only smash a continent of mountains and rivers, resulting in no Aquarius Island in the world. Even if Su Zi Lu Qi returned to Haoran, it would be in vain. Except for Bai Yi, Fu Lu, and Yu Xian would all fall to Fuyao continent together. If you want to come to yourself, you won't be obstructed. Being imprisoned here, you can only sell alcohol and read books every day. Qing Tong looked around and said, the Temple of Confucius doesn't seem to have a landscape restriction here. Yang Ji said, I had a gentleman's appointment with the little master. I can walk as long as I don't kill indiscriminately, and I don't need to do anything for the Confucian temple, like prisoners like me may be rare. Qing Tong praised sincerely, the little master is still big-hearted. When the two parties talked about the Saint of Rights, they still used to call him the little master. Yang Ji laughed and said, our master Bai Zhe, even if he is so good, I always feel that he is still a little bit less interesting than the little master. Qing Tong said tentatively, is it because Master Bai Zhe is not cruel enough? Yang Ji thought for a while, it's harder to tell. It sounded like the bitterness of two ants in the city, and it was Short and the parents who were talking about trivialities. Chen Pingan pays more attention. He is still on the side of the car. He just listens to the things in his ears. Anyway, he will not feel unfamiliar. The content of the conversation is slightly larger. The woman who arrived broke her mouth, nothing different. Yang Ji glanced at the young hidden official with arms and hands, and joked with Qing Tong, are you in conflict with Jian Xiu's fate? Qing Tong sighed, who said no, just keep going. Yang Ji smiled and said, compared with the superior and the inferior, it is more than the below. It is better than me. If you don't call Chen Pingan and talk about these and some nothing, it's better to say that when you talk about it, you will inevitably get a little short of breath, and the more you think, the more you feel aggrieved. In the Great Wall of Sword Qi, there used to be a lot of spies and dead men from the wild world. Therefore, Jia Zizang knows a lot of insiders, and because of Ning Yao, a young foreigner who was not originally a sword repairer, just followed the heart a little bit. I think back then, even the Jade Pu realm native sword repairing halberd of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he secretly took refuge in the wild. To be honest, if the halberd had not missed on the city head back then, he would have been hacked to death with a single sword. Chen Pingan, who had not been a hermit for long, probably didn't have so many things behind. There may be immeasurable changes in the general trends of the two worlds. It is a pity that Li Ji's flying sword Burning Flower was first blocked by Mi Ye's sword, and then Chen Pingan, who was wearing two robes, used a lock sword charm to imprison Burning Flower for a while. Blasting a natal flying sword still only severely injured Chen Pingan. There is no way, many things, a little bit worse, it is 10,000 yuan. However, Miyu, who started to eat and wait to die after reaching the upper 5 realms, was indeed okay. He was indeed the sword repairman who earned the nickname of Mi Lian when he was the land immortal. After delaying a little precious time for the new hidden official, he drew the sword out of its sheath, and even directly slashed the halberd that was still a good friend from the shoulder, causing the halberd's body to be divided into 2 on the spot. Haoran's sword repairer in the world, even if the realm is higher than Miyu, will definitely be a little bit muddled, and can't do what Miyu did, no need to think about killing people with a sword. Because of the change at the head of the city, Yang Ji was in the Jiazi tent at the time, watching the process together with Tuo Yuk Shandazu and Wenhai Zhoumi. At that time, Zhoumi even said with a smile, it is a pity that Miyu has been restrained by himself for many years. Otherwise, if this person succeeds in breaking through the boundary, and then luckily enters the ascending state, I am afraid that the Great Wall of Sword Qi will have one more Dong Sanzhen. Grand Ancestor Tuashin also specifically asked, can he recruit Miyu? The one who answered this question at the time was Jian Xian Shouqin, who said that if there is no older brother Miyu, he will have the opportunity to turn Miyu into the wild. Seeing that Chen Pingan's smile was a bit playful, she immediately noticed something wrong. She was shocked and said sharply, "Can you steal your heart?" Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Don't forget where you are at this moment. You really are in your own territory." The heartstrings of an ascending cultivator trembled slightly and the sound was as loud as thunder. "Even if I cover my ears with my hands, I can still hear it." "Yes. What do you want me to do?" Yang Ji stared fiercely at Qing Tong, and Qing Tong said aggrievedly, "Sister Yang Ji, we are familiar with each other, but don't forget that I and the hermit are in the same group." Chen Pingan held back the awkwardness in his heart. It was not the first time he had suffered. When he traveled to Tonggishao with Lu Tai, he did not get goosebumps, so he got used to it. Yang Ji didn't have a good air. Beverages are sold for free. Chen Pingan got up and went to the wine jar covered with wooden planks. He uncovered the lid of the wooden plank. A bamboo wine scoop hung on the edge of the jar. He scooped 2 bowls of wine for himself and Qing Tong. He sat back at the wine table and asked with a smile. Said, "What's the origin? Why is Wuyu a mountain monarch's pomp, but only the sign of mountain god's mansion is hung?" Yang Ji said, "His name is Mei He, who was once a mountain monarch in a small country. The world has changed and he changed his surname. He made a wrong bet during the period, so the new emperor found a vengeance. He found a way to revoke the title of mountain monarch and was reduced to a mountain god. No one cares about this set of red tapes anyway. Mei He is now in charge of this piece of mountains and rivers, but the Taoism is shallow, just a little golden pill." The Confucian temple obviously did not notify Mei He, so he did not know that I was caught and detained here, and I don't know the true origin of this place. I only regard this volcano group as a place with weak spiritual energy, and treat me as a monk in the Dragon Gate realm who is playing with the world. It may be due to the practice of fire. That's why I took root here and produced a golden pill. I probably wanted to collect some money for buying roads and relocation with me. In the past few years, I have hinted at me twice, but I just didn't understand it. It's time to make an ultimatum with me. I was too lazy to take a look at Mei He. According to the guest's private statement, this guy seems to be an official during his lifetime, and the official is not small. What kind of scholarship is the president, plus those posthumous titles? I've got a lot of things on my body, and I still don't know the doorway inside. I'm talking literally, chatting with him, I'm struggling. Chen Pingan took a sip of his drink and nodded. Students with half a bucket of water are not willing to speak well. Look up and look weird, just like to scold yourself so much. The previous parade car driving in the clouds and fog, after approaching the mountain temple and the Hippo temple on the side of the wine shop, deliberately slowed down, as if deliberately let this group of idle drunks prepare to pick up and drive early. The Lao's Han is called Gongshinzhou. According to the Golden Jade genealogy promulgated by the Confucian Temple, the official rank is now the 7th rank. And the girl like Hippo, whose name for Ganzhou, she is in charge of the river near the wine shop, named Xiaoqiu. Like Hippo and Di Gong, it is the bottom of the mountain and water genealogy, even inferior to the county town god. The girl murmured, "I'm arrogant again, I'm annoying myself." The old mountain quickly reminded, the official senior level crushes people to death. Do you figure it out for yourself? How much higher is it than the two of us? I will see Mr. Meishan later, you must not pull a person like the last time. Zhang's stinky face, the person in charge of Meishan Jun's mansion, who came to me for a drink last time, had a bit of incense with me, secretly told me that Qingyun Mansion's inspector has already had an opinion on you. Next year's landscape evaluation, you will probably be bottoming out again. The girl didn't get angry and said, "What's the bottom line? I didn't think about getting promoted and making a fortune. I'm just an influential river woman, and I don't have to be demoted. I don't have the least oil and water. I can't get a single official bag. Xiao Shuqian, my Chouchou, what's the situation? No one knows. The county will laugh out big teeth. Even if the surnamed maid dismissed me on the spot, Lao Gong, you can ask the goddess in Qingyun Mansion, are they happy to come over and suffer? As long as whoever is willing to nod, I really won't serve grandma, and whoever loves to be a river girl will go, and after a big deal, I will confuse your old gong. The old mountain almost rolls his eyes when he hears it. You are poor, and I have saved a few more money to take care of the house. I can afford to drink and eat meat from the big bowl of your little aunt and grandma. What if you want to marry someday, and you can't get the dowry by yourself? Gong Xinzhou had to continue to persuade me painstakingly. Believe me, it is always right to give a smile to everybody. No matter how young Chouchou is, he bows his head at home, and he doesn't get angry when he closes the door. The gang of spirits who finally took the opportunity to change their clothes, cowered and hid behind the mountain and the river woman, shaking their clothes vigorously, so that the heavy alcoholic scent of their bodies would fade a bit. The skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Even if Meha is not a mountain king, he is still a mountain who opened his house. The mountain shrine and temple built on the top of the horse race beam is called a stile. Every time the mountain monarch makes a parade, the ground shakes the mountain even more. Look at the old gong who is standing in front of him and rubbing his hands. He is also a mountain god. What's more, it is said that there are noses and eyes, that Master Mice Qingyun Mansion, once every 60 years, can see a few sword lights that scared a ghost to death. Yang Ji glanced at the young Mei He and asked, this guy has a jade medallion hanging on his waist, with the words cool breeze at the end of the day on it. What does it mean? Is it particular? Chen Pingon smiled and said, it's nothing but a self-pity and complaint. It means that he was exiled in the end of the sky, far away from the temple, in the rivers and lakes, and the emperor is far away, so it is difficult to display his ambition. Is it a pretentious rich idler? Young Ji Tusk said in amazement, you scholars judge others, just hit the nail on the head. Chen Pingon asked, he never suspected that you might be a worldly expert with hidden realm? Young Ji replied, if it's you, in your hometown, if you come across a stall selling wine on the side of the road, you will think it's an immortal. Chen Pingon smiled and said, of course it will. It must be. What is the earth fairy in my hometown? Even if the so-called earth immortal is the earth immortal of the ancient times, it is nothing in the sky of Lizhu Cave. It can even be said that the higher the level, the more cautious it is, no matter what background or background. He stopped talking for a while. Only then did he remember the young hidden official in front of him. His hometown seemed to be that Lizhu Cave. It is really used to this person as a local sword repairman of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. As for the Lizhu Cave sky, since Shoumi will be regarded as a place to climb to the sky, I think there is no lack of weirdness. The team of extravagant cars slowly stopped on the ground. Gong Xinzhou pulled the sleeves of the girl next to him, walked forward quickly, and said, Gong Xinzhou, the little of Xiangtou Mountain, and Chaoqiu River Paganzhou, meet the Lord Mei Fu. The spirits behind them all learned the same way, bend over and make a fuss with the Mei Mansion monarch, making a noise for a while. You are all waiting outside. Mei He made a decree to the officials of the mountain god's mansion, stepped out one step, got out of the green oil car, landed on the ground, waved his sleeves, no courtesy. Seeing the woman of Gujiu at a table of 3 people and 2 strange faces, they were still drinking wine by themselves, and they didn't get up to greet each other. Although Lord Fujuan felt unhappy, he didn't put it on his face. These mud-legged people from Shanzhui Xiu's background may have never read a few books in their entire life. It is only natural that they don't understand etiquette, so why bother yourself? Mei He stepped into the wine shop, raised his hand to cover his nose, frowned slightly. The old mountain wiped the table with his sleeve. Ganzhou was about to take the lead, when Gong Xinzhou quickly stretched out his foot and stepped on the girl's instep. The girl suffered from pain. Had to continue to stand. He didn't look at the spirits under his control, and said calmly, "Change a place to drink." The 3 wine tables in the wine shop were finally full of guests. As a result, the group of drunks quickly fled the wine shop as if they were amneshed. He said some official words with Gong Xinzhou and Ganzhou, then turned his head to look at the woman who sells wine, and asked with a smile, "Daoist Jingxing, I never thought of looking for a dojo with a little better aura here. Open up a mansion." The world's famous mountains and rivers, a place full of aura, occupied half by the Zhongmen Xianfu, 20% by the temples and Taoist temples, and 20% by the gods of mountains and rivers. This is the saying that it is difficult to buy Zaidongshan. It is not easy to find a good place that can be called a Taoist temple for those who do not become a casual cultivator. This woman of unknown origin, in Mei's eyes, is a wild repair who hopes to consolidate her alchemy here. If she has this intention, then Mei carried a geomancy map with her on this trip, and also helped Jupi circle. There are several places for her to choose. I have given her a lot of face, a Dragon Gate Realm Chi practitioner who has not yet formed a pill, but he is a magnificent mansion, equivalent to a golden core earth immortal, sitting in the mountains and rivers, so as long as the opponent is not a sword repairer, even a dragon will have to take it. Seeing that woman smiled, but said nothing, Mei took out a porcelain bottle, unscrewed the lid, smelled the fragrance of flowers, and asked with a smile, "These 2 are?" Yang Ji said, "It is my 2 mountain friends, one surnamed Qin and the other is Qin Tong, both of whom are not locals." Chen Pingan smiled and shook his head, "Not a friend, it's debt collection." Yang Ji's face remained as usual, but he regretted that this guy had killed Liz Hen. He stood alone on the battlefield, holding a sword, pointed at their old thrones, and he didn't just stretch out a finger to crush him to death. At this moment, Yang Ji had deliberately concealed his mood, and Chen Pingan naturally could no longer hear the so-called heartstrings vibrating like thunder. "This Jingxing, don't look at her simple dress, in fact, the family has a wealth of money, if Mai Shenjun is willing." Chen Pingan raised a palm and shook it on the side of his neck. "After everything is done, we can split the balance between the 2 of us." The girl Hepa opened her mouth wide. How could this stranger be so fierce? This kind of murder and over-the-counter activities can be said to be so upright. The Laoshan god is even more like a clay sculpture and wood carving, and he complains constantly. "I will not be murdered, will I?" Mei glanced at the inconspicuous Qingshan guest, smiled, and for the sake of the name, "Mr. Meishan, he was not familiar with you." Mei also didn't bother to continue to circle with the woman, to go straight to the subject, and not to give the other person a chance to pretend to be stupid. "Friend Jingxing, if I remember correctly, the matter of alchemy will consume a place of luck." Yang Ji said, "Medium formation. Are there 2 golden core earth immortals in the world?" I never thought that Chen Pingan would immediately follow a very suspicious remark, "It's true." Yang Ji didn't mind Chen Pingan's words, but curiously asked, "Who is?" This is even rarer than a sword repairman possessing 3 or 4 natal flying swords at the same time. On the side of the Confucian temple, the natal characters of Confucian sages. Some Tianxian Taoists of Baiyujing were sheltered by gods. There is also an invincible Vajra by the Buddhist Arhat. But Yang Ji hadn't heard of any Qi practitioner who could own 2 golden cores per person. Qing Tong was willing to say something and stopped, but it was not easy to reveal the secret, so he mashed up, "There is indeed." Mei looked displeased. This ant was so ignorant of admiration. Don't blame yourself after returning to the mountain god's mansion, and then teach her how to be a guest. Just leaving like this, it is inevitable to lose his face. Mei asked Gong Xinzhou, "I saw you in the wine shop before flipping through a book." This old man is obviously used to talking halfway, and the second half makes people rely on guessing. Gong Xinzhou hurriedly took out a brand new imprinted musical notation from his sleeve, handed it to Mei with both hands, and said with a flattering smile, "It's a new version of imprinted musical notation, and the little has nothing to do with him, just flip it over." The reason why the name of the tablature was not reported directly was mainly because he couldn't bear the reading of a certain character. Mei took it, scanned the preface a few times, and then turned a few pages casually. This book of the immortal Jian Jian, plus the imprint of the 100-sword immortal before, is a piece of stuff. In the eyes of real scholars, it is laughable and generous. The two seals and the seals, that is, the Great Wall of Sword Qi, are sold well. If they are placed on our side, if the special identity of the engraver is aside, it will only sales are worrying. The girl Hippo looked at the Laos Han god. The pronunciation of the word seems to be different from what you said. As for the content of the imprint itself, Gonzhou is not interested in the work of a scholar. Lao Shanshan explained to her with his own inner voice, "In fact, it is a polyphonic character, and I am not mistaken." Mei turned a few more pages of his seal. "Just say this seal, the word Shanha, how can it be carved so fragmented?" And again, this side, the word hero, made the slender and charming mistake of loss, which is obvious. This concealed official, all his kung fu is spent on martial arts and sword training. Calligraphy does not consume much effort, but it can be considered forgivable. After all, he is a sword fairy. In the preface of this imprint, there is a highly praised compliment, 102 Spectra of Guanghai Cane, which is a solitary monk of the high pavilion type. Mei shook his head, dropped the imprint on the table, lowered his head and sniffed the fragrance of flowers in the bottle. "It's just a layman with gold and stone. At a young age, with a fancy name." Yang Ji glanced at the magnificent Mei Fujuan, and then at Chen Pingan, who was smiling beside him, found it very interesting. "You can't guess it to death. The Lord is sitting here. It's like a painter, in front of Fuli Yushuan, picking out the flaws in Xuanfula's attainments. Here is what is wrong, there is not." A gas trainer who practices fire methods said that your fire dragon real person thunder method is acceptable, but it is a pity that the fire method is not enough for the fire. The 20-odd square seals of this powder roll are really not of high standard. From this it can be seen that this young hidden official, even if it can be regarded as having a gulf in his chest, is just extremely shallow. What black hair is like a cloud with white teeth and bright eyes, and what green temples and waists are like. It's really vulgar and unsightly. Fortunately, the hidden official got this pen knife back in the day. Yes, the scholarly skills of hidden officials are very ordinary. Yang Ji was obviously a little gloat. "I didn't think Mei Mansion was so pleasing to the eye before, and his words were so pleasant to hear." Holding the wine bowl, Chen Pingan glanced at the pages of the Yinpu book and said, "The Yinpu of the immortal Jian Jian, there should be no such imprints that specifically describe the appearance of women." Gong Xinzhou immediately became unhappy. "Do you know all this?" Chen Pingan smiled and said, "The first copy of the least printed score is definitely free of these contents. If I remember correctly, there does not seem to be any fancy typesetting such as fit powder rolls and drinking rolls." Gong Xinzhou sneered, "How rare is this initial copy of the imprint, have you seen it with your own eyes? Young people brag about it, so they have to make a draft anyway." When the Laos Han god was not polite, he secretly winked at the green shirt guest, and when he went out, he shouldn't have to fight for his spirits. "You, a foreigner, why are you so ignorant and don't know how to observe your words? You didn't see that Mei Shanjun's face has changed." Yang Ji shook the fan, and said with a smile, "Mr. Mei, I will visit Qingyun Mansion to discuss with you in person when I spend money to buy the dojo. I'll forget it today, there are guests." She was worried that Mei would be hacked to death if he didn't agree with him. Although Mei wondered why the other party had changed his mind, he didn't think much about it. He got up and left, boarded the Qingyu car, and headed back home like a cloud. Gong Xinzhou took the young girl Hippo to see off together. When he disappeared from the car, he returned to the wine shop and continued to drink. The bowls on the table were empty, and he walked to the wine jar with a white bowl in one hand. The man in the green shirt was already standing by the jar. When the Laoshan god went to scoop the wine, this stranger who didn't understand the world at all, he was quite open at the moment. He didn't take care of himself and was complacent, and he took the initiative to help scoop the wine. The Laoshan god sighed in his heart, "Why are you doing it early?" "Going, I have to argue with Mei Fujuan on the stage that is not painful." Chen Pingan sat back and said, "Hey, I have printed all over the world, and there are mostly counterfeiters." Yang Ji asked casually, "Do you hate that halberd?" Perhaps it was precisely because of the sword that Li Ji made that Chen Pingan had the secret to leave the summer palace and go to jail. Only then would he meet the sewing man, be able to carry the real name of the demon clan, and be able to join the half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. An inevitable thing, I really don't know how many accidentally connected together. Chen Pingan shook his head and said, "I hate him for what he does. There are reasons and unreasonable things." Back then, the local sword repairers of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, such as Xiao Yan, Luo Shan, Zhuan Jianxian, defectors, like Li Ji, died in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, or Zhang Lu chose to stand by from the beginning to the end. It may not necessarily be the temptation of interest in the wild world, maybe they just don't like the Howren world, and they don't want the Howren world to remain peaceful for 10,000 years. Those sword repairers respected Qin Qingdu, who had been stationed at the top of the city for 10,000 years, but deep down, they absolutely did not approve of the choice of the old sword immortal. They would feel too useless and aggrieved. And that halberd was actually one of the first sword repairmen in the upper 5 realms to go to the small wine shop to spend money to buy wine. On the top of the city back then, Chen Pingan took a pot of Zhuhai Dongtian wine brewed by himself from Li Ji. Never wanted to take over the hip flask, it was a lead sword with a dead end. Chen Pingan raised the wine bowl, raised it slightly in one direction, and drank it in one fell swoop. Without delaying the division of the two sides on certain battlefields, but without hindering the halberds and others, it is still pure sword repair in Chen Ping's mind. Yang Ji remembered something. "Miyu once played a sword on the battlefield of the old dragon city. I heard that he left the Great Wall of Jianqi and is the Luopa mountain where he took refuge in you." Chen Pingan nodded. Yang Ji asked, "He hasn't broken the border yet?" Chen Pingan smiled and said, "It's coming soon." Yang Ji disapproved. "What's the point of becoming a great sword immortal in the world after breaking through the realm? If you want me to say, Miyu, a person with a sharp sword heart, should follow Xiao Deng and go together. Those in the wild world, stay here, especially when they have a genealogical identity, they will only be shackled, just like on a yamen errand, they have to pay for a long trip, so why bother? You don't have to save others by yourself." Chen Pingan shook his head and said, "Since it's not a sword repairer, it should teach sword repair less work." Unwilling to say more about this, Chen Pingan glanced at the girl Hippo and asked, "I sell wine here every day, and I am idle. You never thought about taking Ganzhou as an anonymous disciple and teaching it to her? 1 or 2 water methods." This Chaoqiu woman seems to have a destiny, named Snake Pan Mirror, and the name of the mirror is taken from an unnamed old saying with great boldness. I look at Yinghai, immersed in torrents, and Zhuzhou is in the center, like a mirror with a snake. Rumor has it that the origin of the cultivator's view of the sea comes from this. Although the girl's mirror is not of high rank, it is only a spiritual weapon, but it is really a kind of Tao fate to compare with Yang Ji, according to the rules of the mountain. Yang Ji glanced at the girl Hippo, who really didn't hate, and smiled. "I haven't thought about this before. Since you said that today, let's look at your mood later." Chen Pingan asked, "You two finished talking?" Qing Tong nodded and said, "If I have a chance to come to Middle-earth Divine Continent in the future, I will find fellow Taoist Yang Ji." Yang Ji smiled and said, "Qing Tong, do you have any miscellaneous books on your body? Give me some books." Except for the priceless secrets and Taoist tactics, and some precious and isolated ancient books in the collection of Fuyuo, she has only a few miscellaneous books on her body, and she has read it many times over the years. Asking for it, Yang Ji really couldn't speak, not to mention that even if she had such a face, the Confucian temple gave a bunch of sage books, wouldn't it be boring to ask for it? Qing Tong nodded and laughed. "What kind of books do you like to read? Is it the 3 religious classics, barnyard official history, Zhiguai novels, gifted scholars and beautiful women, martial arts romance?" Yang Ji was not polite with Qing Tong, and said, "We'll have a few books for each category." Qing Tong turned his head and looked at Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan guessed his mind and smiled. "If you two can do some ugly deeds under the eyelids of Li Xing, you will be able to do it, so what can I stop?" So Qing Tong put his heart down, quietly used a technique, and gave Yang Ji hundreds of books. Yang Ji thanked him. Then Yang Ji hesitated for a while, staring at Chen Pingan in a daze, and said, "I didn't really have any idea about the deal I proposed earlier." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "It's not impossible to talk about it, but you have to pay 2 deposits in advance. If you agree, I will travel to the Divine Continent in the future, and I will come here to drink again. I will definitely give you a definite answer at that time." Yang Ji said, "Deposit? Tell me about it." Chen Pingan said, "Your robe, a magic technique, is considered to be an inferior fake for me. You can strip out 30 to 40% of the most important Dao technique context in advance." Yang Ji asked again, "Talk about the second thing." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Return the water from Nantang Lake." Yang Ji doubted, "The second deposit, is this just this?" Chen Pingan said, "Mr. Mei should really listen to this kind of thing. What is a solid family background? That's it." Yang Ji said, "The black dragon robe on my body is called Zhou Shui, also known as Huolian. The robes have 2 unusual miracles, which can make the descendants of the Narcissus of the 7 or 8 heads of the dragon's genus succeed in the water. After all, the waterways are all under my control. The effect is no different from that of the dreadful water. The green loach caught in the jail of the Great Wall of Jinchi, from the Yuanying realm to the Yupu, relied on this shortcut, and besides, the original meaning off-walking water, you scholars know best. I can agree to both things." Seeing that Chen Pingan had clearly made the offer, he readily agreed. Instead, this guy began to hesitate and laughed. Yang Ji asked, "For curiosity, when you finished the fight with Li Zhen, where did you have the courage to provoke us on the battlefield? If it is a stunned green who is not afraid of the sky, it is really possible that he is not afraid at all, but the problem is that the city is serious, and the guy in front of him is really not bad." Chen Pingan said, "It can be regarded as a kind of questioning boxing." Qing Tong explained, "That was a once-in-lifetime opportunity. The stone from another mountain can be used to attack jade, and it can be used to strengthen the martial artist's indomitable state of mind. Although Yang Ji is not a pure martial artist, it is just a practice in the world, and the truth is the same, and Qing Tong will understand it by saying this." Chen Pingan stood up, put on his hat again, and said with a smile, "Next time we will check out together. Better not come." He raised his chin and gestured to the white bowl on the table in front of Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan lowered his head and glanced. There was an extra layer of beverage in the white bowl, and the surface in the bowl seemed to be floating with an ink-colored leaf. Putting the wine bowl in his sleeve, Chen Pingan clasped their fists with the old mountain and Hipe, and then took Qing Tong out of the wine shop and drifted away. The two of Gong Xinzhou waved goodbye, and continued to look at the imprint that was belittled to nothing by Mei Fujuan. It was not so bad, but suddenly their shoulders crooked, and the imprint fell on the table and picked it up again. I can't afford to carry a sheet that is so light and light, it seems to have that vital importance, the old mountain snorted, operating magical powers, finally picked up the sheet, turned his head to look at the ant, and asked tentatively, "Is it you the blame?" He took the pu fan and pointed it in the direction where the previous two had left, and said lazily, "It's the foreigner whose surname is Chin. It's a gift for him to worship the mountain top with you. Take it well. Be careful not to leak the wind and be snatched by the Lord May. To go." The Laoshan god moved slightly, and quickly turned the pages of the book. On the last page of the tablature, there was a brand new seal out of thin air that was definitely not available before. If the mountain is not high, it will be clear if there is a god. The girl hippo craned her neck and looked at it. She didn't take it seriously, but she found that the lady boss suddenly stood up, as if a real guest had come to the door, and she looked at the woman with wine. She was full of books. The middle-aged Confucian scholar looks familiar. There is a poor old scholar next to the Confucian scholar, and he is very face-to-face. The two scholars walked here together, and one more dazzled at the poor Chioha, the poor old scholar. It was like shrunk the mountains and rivers, came to the side of the wine table, patted the old mountain on the shoulder, laughed and said, "This mountain brother, is the text on the book handsome?" Looking back, he was very curious, and asked in his heart, "Why did the Saint of Rights come?" Li Xing smiled and said, "I can't hold someone's abnormal behavior. There is no such thing as a smashing and rolling, just drinking alcohol alone, so that Shi Ping is afraid of him, so he has to notify me so that someone can feel at ease. There are generations of people who are hard to beat. Bai Yi, the most proud of the world, the master of Fu Lu, Yu Xian. Su Zi is heroic and Lu Qi is romantic. The celestial master of Dragon Tiger Mountain of the previous generation, Ai Zhou Wei Shi, the real person of the fire dragon lying on the ground, the swordsman Pei Min, the dragon slayer, the of the Middle-earth Zhou, Huayin. Beta Shengzheng is in the middle, Taishishan Guo O Ting. Pei Cup, Chao Xiai. But even if Haoran is most proud of it, his temperament is as unpredictable as a dragon slayer, and he is unpredictable as Jing Juzhong. And probably on the side of the middle-aged Confucian little master, he will be happy and sincere to obey the younger generation. Pachaoqiu asked cautiously, "Master of Rights?" Li Xing smiled and nodded. The old scholar straightened his clothes, coughed, then coughed several times. The girl was puzzled. "Why? Who are you? Even if it is the official master over the Confucian temple, I don't recognize you, so why should I slap up?" The old scholar can only get his registration number. "I am the gentleman of the swordsman in blue shirt just now." You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.